everyone, and welcome back to Crow Lane. I hope you're having a great time wherever you are in the temporal stream of life. Because I don't fucking know when this episode is coming out. Anyway, I am Jess. I am your dungeon master for this campaign. You can find me on the internet at Seriously, or you cannot find me on the internet. I'm not really there, usually. That's all. I'm going to pass you on over to my lovely cast to introduce themselves, starting off with Bree.
I love this energy. My name is Bree. I use she, her pronouns. You can find me probably on our channel Discord. And I also wish that you all are doing a really great job this year. We're doing good. We're doing good, gang. You're doing great. Words of affirmation.
Aww.
You got this.
I just need that as a voice file when just to play affirmations from Bree. Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me most places on the internet at Sapphic or just Sapphic. You can also find me at your local library, hibernating beneath a massive stack of books until the spring comes.
Beautiful. And gonna pass it on over to James.
Hi everybody, I'm James. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me some places at TTRPGay, other places at Nice One James. It's a little plot hook from me to you. You're welcome. And also this week I heard someone use I'm turning into a pumpkin as like a slang for I'm running out of spoons, and that is unfortunately going to fundamentally ruin the way I interact with the world. So, I'm sorry, I guess.
Sometimes you just gotta be a pumpkin.
Real. 'Tis the season, but not when this episode airs.
Tis the season, but also temporal reality. Anyway, moving swiftly on to Mara.
Hey everyone, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at Lore Dropout or College of Lore Dropout. Either will get you to where you're going. You can also find me writing for MinMax, an incredible gaming newsletter, with some really cool writers who are also writing for us. You should check it out. And remember last week when I was like, hey, read less books? We're throwing that away. Because do you know how many books are coming out in 2025 by authors I want to read? Okay, pause everything. Let's take a minute. Okay, new John Gwynne coming out. New Jeff Vandermeer. A new Witcher book. A new V.E. Schwab. A new Fonda Lee. A new R.F. Kuang. A new James Islington. A new Nydia Corfor. A new Joe Abercrombie. I mean, come on, everyone. What are we doing? Get me to a bookstore right now. Okay, goodbye. I love you. Mwah.
I think we have to cancel the stream. That feels really important all of a sudden.
There's so many books! I'm just a guy! Okay, I'm sorry.
Mara, if you need to duck out of the stream for any reason just to read a book, you have my explicit permission right now.
Will not come back. Don't say that.
I'll be gone forever.
Oh god. Okay, moving swiftly on to TT.
I'm TT.
Cool. Excellent. That couldn't have gone any better in my opinion. All right, moving on to our announcements. You can follow Starlight Tales over on social media. We do exist there. We exist just on social media, actually. Anyway, you can find us here on Twitch, which you know because you're here. You can find us on Twitter for updates and announcements. You can also follow us on Instagram and TikTok for fun little clips and memes and I don't know, some shit's going on over there. We're gonna have a meeting about it next week, I think. And you can also follow us over on YouTube to catch up on previous VODs and the rest of our campaigns. You can also, if you would so like, support us over on Patreon. This is our monthly subscription service that you can pledge a small amount of money in return for exclusive content. We do monthly Q&As or live streams or even exclusive one-shots. We also drop exclusive writing, lore, early announcements. Basically, if you want to be ahead of the game before anyone else, go follow us on Patreon. You can also join our fan Discord. That is where the majority of our community, yep, that has 3 syllables, hangs out to chat about episodes, to talk about upcoming episodes, and to also just make friends and hang out with like-minded people. It's a fun time. Finally, if you are in the market for some new dice, if your New Year's resolution was to get another pair of dice, well, do I have some good news for you? You can use Starlight 10, the code. 10% off your order at Die Hard Dice. I will never get better at these, and that is my solemn vow to you guys. Anyway, I'm going to pass it over to our intro scene, and then we're going to actually start doing some stuff. All right, goodbye! Last time on Crow Lane, our family navigated the aftermath of almost losing one of their own. Ridella firmly reasserted her role as head of security, shutting down any routes in and out of Dorithian. Lieutenant and Rose returned to their cottage to console their worried children. Both Reva and Adette aggressively tried to take care of Ruby in their own unique and wonderful ways. And finally, just as a new day was turning, Ruby herself was delivered a message, courtesy of a shadow-spun crow. A single red ruby gem wrapped in a note that read, "Thank you for your help." And in a moment of uncharacteristic impulse, Ruby picked it up and immediately disappeared. But we're not going to pick up back here. Instead, we pick up more than 30 years previously, on a place known as Gloomwild. The city of Catacomb is one of chaos and mischief and crime and people from all walks of life. And one of its newest inhabitants is one Ridella Harzipper. Ridella, you, having not so long ago lost everything that you knew, everything that you cherished, have made your way across the galaxy and ultimately ended up here. Because if there is anywhere that you can leave an old version of yourself behind and build a new one, it is this city. You have spent the last year or so training yourself, learning new skills, improving on your sailing abilities, learning how to fight. And currently, you are working as a doorman, a bodyguard of some sorts, at one of Catacomb's most prominent taverns. There's something siren! Fuck. Yeah, I knew there was some sort of alliteration there. You have been hired as a security guard at the most prominent tavern in Catacomb, the Sinful Siren. Tonight, however, is a little bit different. Whereas previously, Catacomb has been roiling with kind of free abandon and, you know, people milling the streets and just getting up to no good in general. Tonight, a slightly different vibe has settled over the city. Windows have been shut. Doors have been locked. People look over their shoulder a little bit more as the darkest corners of the city come to life with the arrival of the Sea Devils. It's a normal night for you, as normal as it could be. Your position stationed outside the Sinful Siren, kind of checking people as they walk past, as they enter the tavern, making sure the people who are no longer welcome inside are thrown out. And you know when the Sea Devils arrive because it's like half of the Siren's inhabitants get more lively and more emboldened, and half of them shrink back into the shadows a little bit. There's a lot of tieflings here tonight. But the person who catches your eye is not a tiefling. There is kind of a middle-aged woman lingering outside, kind of scattering a handful of like birdseed on the ground. Different corvids and seagulls and seabirds. Kind of cause a mess, really. It's a little bit of an inconvenience as they kind of like scatter around her, picking up the different breadcrumbs and bits of seed that she throws out. And she's currently fiddling with a cigarette. And a couple of tieflings pass her, people that you kind of pick up quite quickly she must be familiar with, as she kind of like tries to get one of them to give her a light. And it's like she doesn't exist to them. And I think eventually She kind of like trudges over, still fiddling with this like rolled up cigarette, and kind of like not even really like looking in your direction, but just kind of gives you like a grunt and a nod and goes, "Have you got a fucking light?"
I think Rodella has been so tightly wound all night that she's ready to spring. Her eyes have been darting around. She's tried to remain as calm and cool and collected as she can possibly manage. But there are sea devils all around her, and I think her eyes have just been flitting from one person to the next, looking for the fabled Waylon Crowcolt, which she's only ever gotten vague and more elaborately detailed descriptions of. And so I think she finds it interesting that this person who seems so incredibly ordinary has like caught her attention.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that she's been interacting with the other sea devils kind of like, yeah, I think pulls her attention. So I think Rodella, hearing them address her, takes a minute to kind of like and then she turns with kind of a soft smile on her face and just pulls out a light, which, you know, I think she got like on her first day in Gloomwild, just this very elaborate, very detailed looking lighter.
Mm-hmm.
With silver and copper designs kind of carved into it. And it was the first thing she stole when she got here, which was kind of a thrill that she'd never really experienced. So it's kind of a weirdly prized possession.
Mm-hmm.
She lights it and just kind of holds it out.
Just again, not even looking at you, head kind of down, this kind of like red curly hair like falling in her face, just kind of like lifts it from your fingers. You hear like the spark of flame. And she's just smoking next to you, not paying any attention to you, just as no one is paying any attention to her, really, except for you.
I think Rodella kind of settles on the wall beside her, staring out, keeping an eye on everything, but laser focused on this person that she's standing next to. Sea devils, huh?
You see, like, the cigarette kind of like pours into her hand. What about them?
Haven't seen you around before. I'm new.
Yeah, figures.
Guess you have a bit of a reputation. Saw some frosty looks over there.
Yeah?
Yeah. Sorry.
Look, I asked for a fucking light, not a fucking conversation.
Well, you haven't given the light back, so just waiting.
She's still got it in her hand.
Well, as long as you're holding on to that. Mind if I stand here?
Isn't that your fucking job?
Guess I'm being really good at it.
She makes like a dry cough, which might have once been a laugh, but is now just like a noise of mirth and general misery.
I think Rodella kind of tunes into this a little bit. And she has some very, like, I don't know, I think the stories that she's heard about these people is just, like, the most violent, horrific stories. And the contrast of this woman standing in front of her who just seems kind of, she doesn't want to say pathetic, but just seems kind of like completely done.
Mm-hmm.
I think surprises her a little bit.
Mm-hmm. You notice she's a little bit unsteady on her feet. She sways a little bit where she stands. She very much has to like lean against something in order to kind of like stay stable. She stinks of alcohol and cigarette smoke. Her eyes are unfocused. I think she's probably only picking up on like every other word that you kind of like let loose in her direction. She gives the impression that like she's not used to being conversed with. And so it just isn't really used to maintaining someone's attention or conversation for this long.
I think seeing this, Rodella kind of has this like urgency, this kind of feeling of like, I need this person to talk. Like I need to learn more about these people, and this might be the only person who I can get anything out of. And so I think she kind of casually hooks, there's like a stool on one of the, next to a barrel next to her, a tall stool, and I think she kind of hooks it with her foot and brings it around, and it kind of scrapes against the ground as she pushes it up beside Molly. Want a seat?
I think when you kind of like drag the stool over, you see her like flinch a little bit. And then she kind of like, with a messy kind of like thwomp, kind of like sits down on the stool, and she holds out the light to you and goes, "I'm not fucking talking to you." And as you go to reach for it, she like drops it in the dirt.
That's one of my most prized possessions.
It's a piece of shite is what it is.
I think Rodella bends down and picks it up and kind of like flicks it closed. Wow. Sometimes when all you have is shit, you value the little things.
I think for the first time she kind of like, wipes her face and she like blinks like bloodshot eyes up at you and goes, "Who the fuck are you?"
A security guard.
Did you enjoy it?
Not particularly.
Yeah.
You have to deal with a lot of stupid people.
Yeah.
But mostly people just kind of ignore me, so.
Ah, well, it has its uses being ignored. You get away with a lot of things being ignored. You hear a lot of things being ignored. You know a lot of things.
Yeah. It's also a little lonely.
Well, that's because you're too fucking soft.
I'm working on it.
Work harder. It's not got a lot of time in these parts.
How'd you do it?
Do what?
Work on it.
I never had to.
I guess it comes naturally being with your crop.
Yeah, everyone's out for themselves.
Seems like a dangerous way to run a group.
Well, you know who we are. It's not failed us yet.
Why not?
She like reaches into a pocket. Another handful of birdseed goes out. Another like flutter of wings.
Take it your devil keeps everyone in line.
He's not my fucking devil.
I think Rodella looks a little bit like, whoa, what's going on there? Kind of takes a closer look at this person.
You see a wedding ring on her finger.
He's not. And I think she gives like a very pointed look at the wedding ring.
I think for the first time you see Molly's eyes sharpen and that kind of alcohol-induced haze lift a little bit, and she gives you a very clear warning look.
Must have sucked.
You don't know fucking anything about me.
No. I think Rodella just kind of holds Molly's eye. And there's not any quivering, there's not any, but it's a very like steady look.
I think that look is held for longer than you expect it to be. And then suddenly, your gaze is broken by the slamming of the tavern door being thrown open. And you see this like streak of movement, this little like bullet of gray. And almost like automatically, Molly just like sticks a leg out, and this tiny like gray tiefling child goes flying and sprawling into the dirt. You hear a voice from inside go, "Tennant!" And you see this other tiefling, young woman, white hair, pulled back in a braid, kind of rush after her. And Tennant's laughing on the ground, and she starts laughing with him. She kind of like picks him up by like the back of his shirt and just starts swinging him around. And it's such a strange interruption in the moment, a strange interruption in the misery that you realize now has kind of like sat heavy in the air around you, as this woman and her child suddenly like tumble out of this tavern and just start laughing in the dirt together.
I think Rodella is like, I think she picks up on the fact that like clearly Molly knows these two people.
Mm-hmm.
And picks up on the fact that that must mean that they are part of the crew.
Mm-hmm.
And the jarring contrast of seeing a child
Mm-hmm.
and someone who seems to very much care for that child amongst this environment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, her heart stutters. And I think the air just kind of like leaves her lungs. And this image that she has been building in her mind of these devils, of these like creatures
Mm-hmm.
that took her Henry, is suddenly very like, she feels a little bit sick. And I think she just kind of stares down at the two tieflings.
You hear that tavern door kind of like swing as it's shut again, and the next time you look over beside you, Molly is gone.
I think Rodella kind of like curses under her breath a little bit, but just like...
Make a perception check.
Oof, bad. 4.
You don't realize it in the moment. It's not until probably late that night when you've finished your shift, when you've returned to your quarters for the evening, that you realize that lighter is missing from your pocket.
Fucking bitch. It wasn't so shit, was it? I think Rodella, like, is almost impressed if she wasn't so pissed.
Sure. You don't see this woman again. The Sea Devils, they stay in town for a good couple of weeks. And whether she's left the city, whether she's staying on the boat, or whether she just is very good at sticking to the shadows, you don't really catch sight of her again. You catch sight of plenty of other people, though. You see, you know, that white-haired tiefling and her child milling around a lot, very often together. You see a couple other children as well. It's strange how many, like, young ones they seem to have with them. I think that is also quite jarring to you.
Yeah.
You see, you know, pirates of all kind of, like, shapes and sizes, all of them battle-scarred and menacing and very usually heavily tattooed. But again, you don't catch sight of the demon himself either. Who you do catch sight of, though, is another young woman, this time with this raven black hair, who seems to command the presence and attention of any room she's in.
I think Rodella's somebody who's very much about the long game. And I think she has spent the last week or so that these people have been here just observing and taking in as much information as possible. She has a fucking journal that she's like jotting shit down in the middle of the night and, you know, keeping track of anything that looks off or looks like a weakness or looks like, you know, just their daily routine. She's keeping track of literally everything. And yeah, I think she has been observing this woman in particular who commands the room.
Bree, do you think Riva notices this new staff member of the Siren? Do you think she pays attention to things like that?
I think one night, maybe a week into this extended stay, like during your shift, you hear some steps come up and approach you.
I think Rodella's very still, but has been on high alert the entire time that these guys have been here. And so I think she's very much ready when Riva comes up.
I think when I approach you, I take a good long look, like up, down, and just like look back up at you. So, do you like what you see?
I think Rodella like looks around and like this is a very new experience for Rodella, and I think almost like it comes out without like her even being able to stop it. Like it comes out almost on impulse, maybe. And I think like you can see the like shock on her face after it happens. She just kind of like,
I think I bite my lip, lean real close, and I just whisper into your ear, "So, who are you working for?" And I think you feel something, I think you feel something hard press into your abdomen.
I think Rodella kind of sits there for a second and leans forward, and I think like her heart is very much racing, but the rest of her stays very still. And I think she kind of leans forward and says, "You're looking at the establishment that I currently work for. You're drinking our bad ale."
And I think I whisper back, "Cute," and I lean back.
She breathes very deeply. Is that how you introduce yourself to everyone? Or am I special?
I smile a little bit. My name is Riva Crowcolt, and I've been watching you watch everyone enter this establishment. What have you found out?
Well, you guys aren't exactly subtle. Certainly been walking around like you own the place, so kind of hard not to watch. And it is my job, as I work at this fine establishment that has terrible ale. I've been unimpressed with a lot of the behavior. I have about 5 broken bar stools that I now have to repair. But I think she kind of like looks up at you, and she doesn't say it, but you can see on her face for like just a brief moment, "I'm impressed with you." But she doesn't say it, and just kind of like
And I think I look at you. I've told you my name. Will you tell me yours?
Rodella like freezes for a moment, and once again it's like an impulse. It's like something that she almost like can't hold back, and she just says, "Rodella," which is not the name that she has been going by since she's been here.
I think I smirk a little bit, assuming that I've been trying to find out more about you from the owners, and the people who work at this establishment, how long you've been here, who is this tall, handsome woman who's been watching us for the last week. So I think I lean forward and I just go, so you've been counting how many stools we've broken? Do you want to count how many bed frames?
Ridella's jaw drops. She does not keep it together. She is not playing it cool. And I don't think she's I really don't think she's ever experienced. Ridella's been in a platonic marriage for the last 10 years, and I don't think she's experienced this level of attraction to anyone, and I think it throws her. I think Ridella stops what she's doing and turns around and mutters something completely incoherent and walks away.
Where'd you go?
I think Ridella just stumbles into an area that has people in it. Just stumbles somewhere where she can't be alone with her thoughts and where she has to focus on something else. So I think she stumbles kind of into the main bar area and almost trips over a little gray tiefling running around.
So, this throng of people that you stumble into, you expect, to catch a couple of shoulders, but you realize quite quickly this group has, parted in front of you. The sea parting, to make way for you. And it's not until you are stood face to face with a tall, dark grey-skinned tiefling with giant curling horns, a dark beard, and more scars and tattoos that really should ever exist on one person, and just a pair of burning red eyes that seem to just look right through you.
I think the contrast of the moment she just experienced and the air suddenly going cold. And I think Ridella has to, as rattled as she is, has to physically shudder. The look that almost escapes past her eyes when she sees this man who is undeniably, without her ever having laid eyes on him, the man that she hates most in the entire world. And I think Ridella very carefully sidesteps and moves to a corner. And any feeling of discomfort or any feeling of confusion or I think just kind of melts away, and she becomes very still and goes back to observing. But her body feels so cold, and the little burning in her chest feels white hot.
I think over the next couple of days, now that you've caught sight of the man himself, it's almost impossible to not know. where he is, and you continue your kind of like your silent observations, and you start to piece together a routine of like where this man goes and the path that this man takes. And slowly you kind of piece together like a route. And I think maybe a couple of nights later, as you expect, Wayland leaves the tavern earlier than anyone else and starts walking back towards the ship alone. Do you follow?
Yeah.
You follow the path that he takes. You know that before he ever reaches the ship, he ducks into like an unmarked, unnumbered building. You have no idea what happens inside that building. You get the sense it's probably nothing good. And on this night you walk ahead. And you duck into an alleyway. And you crouch down. And out of your pocket, you take the scroll that you bought on the black market the previous day. That person who promised you that this fireball surpasses all kinds of infernal resistance. You want to hurt someone, you want to fuck them up, this is guaranteed. And you start to set a trap. And just as you are finishing, an unexpected shadow falls across that alleyway. What do you do?
I think Rodella freezes. Because she knows how far ahead she was. She knows, like, when he's supposed to get there. And she takes a look at the shadow to see if she can see those familiar curling horns.
You don't. Instead, I think you see like a second smaller shadow of a bird fluttering overhead. And you look up into the face of that red-haired, middle-aged woman you first spoke with a couple of weeks ago. And she just stares down at you, caught red-handed.
I think Rodella looks at her, and the fear is potent. Because she can't bring herself to kill this woman, to stop her from saying anything. She has one target in mind, and she's terrified that this is going to fuck everything up. And she looks at Molly, and I think she just says, "Come to give my lighter back."
I think when she reaches into a pocket, part of you like flinches, anticipating a weapon of some sort, but then a glint kind of like spirals through the air towards you, and automatically you reach up and that lighter is thrown into your hand. And Molly walks away.
I think Rodella sits there and is just kind of like waiting.
Nothing else.
think she's very... Part of her is surprised to have found, like, somebody, not an ally, but, like, somebody who's willing to let her just do this. But she thinks about the way that Molly talked about these people, and she's like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm safe.
So you move into your vantage point, hidden away, out of sight. And maybe 5-10 minutes pass before you see a long shadow kind of stretching down the street. Those two horns kind of like stretching up in the moonlight. And your heart kind of like stops in anticipation of like what the next moments are about to be. But then a sound starts ringing out in this alleyway. The sound of high-heeled boots on cobblestones. And you realize it's not the tiefling that you were targeting that is now walking into this trap, but someone else entirely.
And there's no time to, like, stop her. She's, like, already...
You have seconds before this thing goes off.
I think that kind of, like, inexplicable impulse, like, grips Rodella. And she thinks about the last few weeks that she's been observing these people. And she thinks about Riva in particular and the things that she observed, which she observed a lot. She spent a lot of time observing Riva. And she remembers the looks of attention and fear and care and love that this woman gave the little children running around in that room. And I think something clicks that the white-haired tiefling is not the parent of that little baby tiefling running around. And I think, yeah, on impulse, Rodella throws herself out of the alley, steps in front of Riva, and just throws her arms around her.
I think the last thing you remember is the orange of her eyes before you kind of fall into darkness. And the next thing you remember is the sound of billowing sails. "30 years on, those same sails billow in much the same way, in a space entirely different from this one, from this time. Ruby, your Aunt Sloane, is sat cross-legged on this deck in front of you, eyes kind of rolled back into her head, a trickle of like deep red blood kind of still running from her nose, as she's surrounded in this ritualistic circle with like bone fragments and is conducting or managing some kind of like intense magic. And she says to you, "Welcome to Hell's Gate."
This is really great. Ruby's taking all of this super well. I think is kind of just standing in front of Sloane. And I think, like, really has her hands on her hips and I'm like, well, isn't this a goddamn bitch of an unsatisfactory situation?
Sure.
Right, okay. Are you okay? You got a bit of... You're bleeding quite a bit.
You sense by like a twitch in one of these like thin arched eyebrows that like she understands, like she hears you, but she does not reply.
Okay. Do you know if there's anyone else here?
No reply. I think it's a couple of minutes of like awkward kind of silence, and then she finally says, "Darling, I'm a little busy right now."
Okay. I think that she is having a little bit of like moments of war flashbacks to a week ago when Reva was standing on the deck of that ship just fucking bleeding out of her eyes and not saying anything.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, looking around at all the stuff that she has in front of her, do I have any idea, like, is she doing some kind of ritual, like...
Yeah, make...
I know it's a long shot, but...
You're gonna have to make an Arcana check.
Okay, that's so fair and valid. I feel like if there's any type of Arcana I should be good at, it's one with little bird skulls, so...
Sure.
Let's see how this goes. Yeah, you know? Not really, that's a 9.
You have
Got
no
nothing.
fucking clue what's going on here.
Fair
I'm
enough.
afraid.
Fair enough. Sloane is so fucking weird.
However,
Yeah?
I'd love you to make a wisdom save for me, babe.
Yeah? You'd like that, you sick bastard? Okay, sure. Uh-huh. I'm gonna use a point of DM inspiration because I'm not doing that. Mm-mm. Okay, that's fine. That's a 24.
You pass.
Okay, cool.
I would, however, like you to roll me a d4.
I didn't get one of those out. 1 second. I came underprepared today. 4.
Okay. Good to know.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull away from this space.
Okay.
Nadette, you are downstairs in your kitchen, I believe, with Sam.
Yep. Drinking a something.
I think this is maybe the first, like, little, like, scrap of peace you've had in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
You have, like, warm coffee in your hands, your girlfriend next to you, kind of like a hand on your knee. You just kind of look at each other and you go, and then you hear, Ruby! What the fuck? Coming from upstairs. As Tennant bellows down the stairs, Nadette!
I think Nadette sighs so deeply and just like sets the coffee down on the table.
Yeah.
And I turn to my lovely girlfriend and I say, if I'm not back in like a minute...
Don't be stupid, I'm coming with you. Grabs your hand and like runs up the stairs with you.
I run into the room. Fuck. What? Where? God damn it.
Tennant's like on his hands and knees on the floor, kind of like stooped over this brilliant red ruby. And he kind of like picks himself up and goes, she was just fucking, what the fuck? She just fucking disappeared. What? Fuck.
You woke her up?
I didn't fucking wait. You know what she's like? It doesn't fucking matter, Nadette. She's gone. She's fucking gone.
Well, what happened?
She touched it.
Well, god damn it. Okay. I think Nadette...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You see Tennant kind of like, does like, it does an incredible like mini pace. You know when like Tennant or your mom's thinking really hard and they do at least 3 paces and then they...
Mom. What a wild phrase, I'm sorry.
Tennant or Reva, one of the things they do is pace, right? And usually they get at least like 3 good paces in, but I think he like speed runs it and does like half of a pace and then digs into his pocket and pulls out his usual gun, the gun he kind of like built and named after Rose. And I think instinctively he turns towards you and hands it out to you and then pauses and withdraws. And you can see like something kind of like ticking in his head. And then he turns to Sam and he shoves it at her chest and goes, wait 3 minutes and then shoot that. And she goes, what? And he turns to you, Nadette, and goes, Nads, I need your help.
If you touch it first, I'm gonna be so angry. And I just, like, drop down to, like, slam my hand on the It's a race, and I'm gonna win!
Sure.
Yeah.
Ruby, you rolled a 4, right?
Yeah, I rolled a 4.
What do you do for the next 4 hours?
Oh, fuck! Okay. Jesus Christ. I think that... I mean, I searched the ship.
Sure.
I think Ruby has she sits down in front of Sloane and, like, tries to, like, you know, access the part of her brain. I'm sure at some point Rodella was like, breathing exercises, kid, this will help with the stress you're under. And it absolutely did not take. There's, like, at least, like, 20 minutes where she's just sitting there, like, trying to get in the zone and just accept it because she knows that someone is gonna fucking come for her. But eventually just is pacing the deck and is again doing, like, little fucking circles. And at a certain point just, like, looks down at her probably, like, bare feet where there should be a boot with a knife strapped to the inside of it. Swears again, and then I think I just have to take off and start searching the ship because I gotta know if there's somebody else in here with me.
Yeah, you have a good amount of time to completely comb this ship back to front.
Yeah.
It's weird, like, you kind of instinctively know, like, which path to take and, like, where to go, like, what the kind of, like, typical route of this ship is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a ship that you ever remember, like, actually being here for. But it's empty in the way that, like, you know, an abandoned town is empty. Like, there's no objects or, like, personal belongings. You go through drawers, there's nothing left behind. You know, you're welcome to kind of go and explore every room down below. You're welcome to explore the captain's quarters. And they're just kind of, like, devoid of life and devoid of impact. This is not something... If it weren't for the way that the wood and the fabric of the ship lives and breathes with, you know, well-worn paths and, you know, chunks taken out of it with, like, blades and blood stains on the deck, those memories are embedded into the fabric of this ship. But anything material has just been, like, wiped clean.
I don't care for that. Don't care for this at all.
And then, after about 4 hours, where do you think you are at this point?
I think that she is bored out of her fucking gourd, and, like, just has her, like, feet kind of, like, tangled in the rigging and is just hanging upside down and hoping that maybe the simulated blood flow to her brain will give her a good fucking idea.
There's like a little electric shiver in the air as you feel like, you know, the atoms of where you are shift and part to make room for something. And then you hear a collective kind of, like, thud and jostle as two bodies hit the deck, probably, like, tangled up in one another. And Tanner goes, "Ow, fucking hell, Nadette!" And you land on the deck.
Nadette immediately, like, untangles herself and stands up and, like, fixes her nightshirt a little bit and is just scanning for Ruby, ignoring anything else that's happening.
Yeah, I think Tennant skips the scanning part and just goes, Ruby! And then I think stands up also and then falls silent as they immediately realize where they are.
Doesn't clock it, looking for Ruby, I think, is so one-track minded, does not notice the tenant might be having a moment.
Yeah, I think she drops to the deck, comes kind of skidding out from the side. I didn't mean to. It was an accident.
I
this time
told you to go to sleep.
I was asleep for about 20 minutes maybe, and
You hear the thud of boots on the deck, and Tennant just smacks you on the back of the head and goes, "Fucking idiot!"
ow!
What's
Trying to knock me
doing
loose
that?
again?
What?
It was an
Clearly it didn't
accident.
work. What did you like? Come back? Fucked up? What was that? Why would you touch it?
Because my fucking bird handed me something, and so I pick it up.
It wasn't
but
your
it wasn't
fucking
my
bird.
So I'm well aware of that now. Thank you. I figured that part out myself. Sloane's here, and she's fine mostly. She's bleeding a little bit and doesn't really like talking,
What?
but she is here. So I found her.
Good job. We're all so proud.
Thank you. Fuck you. I know. Believe me, I fucking know. I wish I was asleep in bed too right now, but here we are. She's over here. We'll kind of lead them over to where Sloane is.
Ruby, you lead them over to where Sloane is, and you hear her go, "Ruby?
Yeah,
Oh,
and company.
Hi, Sloane.
that's good. Welcome to your first home."
Well, Nadette never lived here, and this was not really home anyway.
This is... She cuts you off. This is Hell's Gate.
Oh shit.
This is, Ruby, the exact thing that Sloane
Yeah,
said to you.
I think that, yeah, her brow furrows a little bit. Sloane, I know that you're concentrating on something, but I'm gonna ask again. Are you okay?
Make a perception check.
Okay. As I say this, can I put a hand on their shoulder?
Sure.
Okay.
It's solid.
Just to be like
No,
solid.
she's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's a 17.
That trickle of blood coming from her nose has not run down her chin yet. And you see it, like, coming out of her nose again. As if in a loop.
Oh, she's like stuck. Or something.
What do you mean?
What?
Yeah, that's exactly what she said to me when I got here. The same intonation and everything. That.
What the fuck is she doing? I think, like, Tennant kind of, like,
no.
gingerly crouches in front of her and kind of like, "Yes, hello?"
Yeah, I know. I tried that.
What is she doing?
I don't know. She just said she's concentrating, but I don't know what any of this stuff is for. There's no one else on board.
Can I look and like make an Arcana check to see if I can piece together what's going on here?
Yeah.
That's a 16 on the die, and character sheet isn't open. Oh no. I was so wrapped up in my mom's meet cute, or meet whatever that was, that I didn't open my character sheet, and it's loading, and it's thinking, and what did I roll? Arcana. That's a dirty 20. A dirty, nasty 20.
Beautiful. So you feel that same, the hairs on the back of your arms kind of suddenly stand up with static, that electric charge that gets stronger and stronger the closer you kind of get to her. Heavy, heavy magic in the air. You know that Sloane has kind of like pulled on kind of like the deepest wells of her magic, judging by the kind of components she has laid out around her, and you can tell that the magic she's doing is causing a great deal of stress on her body, and potentially she has been doing this for like an extended period of time. You see like deep kind of like dark circles beneath her eyes, kind of just like I mean, she's got very pale, almost white skin, but like the kind of the pallor of it is kind of like sickly, right? And again, you notice the same thing that Ruby notices, and with kind of her kind of bringing to your attention that she's said these words to you before, you get that this is some sort of, the magic that she is doing is something to do with time.
It's some sort of time magic, which I don't know
I mean,
really anything about.
Wait, fuck, is time different here? Fuck.
It's been about 4 hours since I got
God! Ah! I hate it.
there. What? Why?
What, you think it took me 4 hours to come after you, you fucking knobhead? I was here
You were
within
always
2
slower than me,
seconds.
so yeah, I don't know.
Oh, well, where did that fucking end us up? Nadette and Tennant, it's your turn to make wisdom saves.
Okay.
Oh no.
That is a 19.
That's a fail.
Hey.
Would you roll me a d6, please?
Yes. That's a tweet.
Interesting.
Shut up.
Hey, what the hell,
Horrifying.
man?
Up. Someday, I'm gonna roll a wisdom save on this channel and succeed. Someday, it's gonna happen. I believe in myself.
I'll start with Tennant. As you kind of Tennant takes a step back and is kind of digesting what is going on in front of him. And as he does so, he kind of looks away and kind of starts scanning the expanse of this ship. And as he his eyes rove across the ship, Ruby and Nadette, you see these shadowy imprints, ghost-like images kind of start to materialize. And what you see is kind of, I think it takes you a minute, but then you recognize, I think, the image of a young tiefling that looks, strikingly like your brother kind of running around on the deck. And then you catch an image of your mother, a much younger woman in her 20s. And you see, this younger Tennant play fighting with a couple of other cousins. You're pretty sure they're Vera and Vash, right? As these memories start to play out wherever Tennant looks, it's wherever Tennant is recalling seems to play out in front of you. You see a young Tennant kind of balancing on the rail of a ship, and you see a man that you, Nadette, you don't recognize aside from, probably very old, probably defaced pictures, and Ruby similar. But you see Wayland kind of coaxing Tennant along the rail to him, and you see him push him overboard, and you see a young Reaver shoot across the deck, and I think probably goes for his fucking eyes with her fingernails. And you see similarly, you see that, but these images are passing by so quick. You see fights happening out on the deck. You see blood spilled. I think you might even catch a glimpse of Molly, but again, I don't think Tennant's memories of Molly are very concrete. And you see close by to you, kind of near to the bow of the ship, you see a gathered crowd, and you hear a distant, wailing, grief-stricken scream. And then suddenly you hear the crackle of fire, and again noises of further fighting, and you see a ghostly mirage of Reaver dragging a young woman up by the horns to the very upper deck, and you see her razor blade. And then the images kind of disappear like smoke on the wind. Nadette, as these images disappear, your ability to recognize the people in them does also. and some of your own memories start to disappear. It's a familiar feeling, and you don't know why. You feel like you've lost memories before, but you don't know why. Maybe they weren't even your memories. But what would your memories be? Who are you? Why are you here? Who are these two people standing next to you?
I think as this feeling kind of washes over Nadette, Ruby is looking at her. I think just kind of like flashing across Nadette's face are a bunch of different faces, disguises Nadette has worn over the years, almost like trying to like flip through a Rolodex to see like which one feels right. And I think just kind of like, you know, Nadette is always so sure of herself and really knows like who they are as a person, and so I think like doesn't even really like have a baseline concept for what it feels like to like feel, you know, a little out of body, to feel a little different. Like Nadette just is such Nadette that I think this is a totally like foreign feeling. So I think just kind of like sits down on the deck a little bit, and I think like digs her like long manicured nails that are also like changing color and changing shape into the deck to try to like hold on to something, and just like faces are flashing.
I think that at first Ruby had been looking at Tennant and like snapping in front of his eyes and trying to get his attention, just to get him to like just look at her and not at what's playing out on the deck right now. So I don't think that she initially sees what's happening with Nadette next to her.
I think as soon as you snap your finger, he kind of like jerks and blink. You get the impression Tennant can't see the memories. Like he's recalling them in his brain, but only the rest of you are seeing them materialize. So he's kind of like, what?
Stop it. Just don't look at any of that shit. Just look at me, okay? Don't just... Are you not seeing that? Are you seeing it or are you not seeing it? Because you're looking at it like you're seeing it, but you're also asking... Alright, you seem fine. That's okay. Nadette, do you have any idea about the ritual? And I think at this point kind of turns to the side and sees Nadette like hunkered on the deck. Nadette?
You right?
Nadette, I don't think another face is gonna help us in here.
I think you see both of your faces flicker. Don't.
Okay, that's fucking scary. Please don't
Nadette,
do that.
this is
That's
fucked
weird.
up.
Nice.
She's barking in her sleep right now.
Is she doing it in her sleep?
She's scared. She did not save on her wisdom saving throw. She's having.
She did not.
Yes, I can't believe you sent a nightmare to a dog. I can't believe you would do that.
No, she's just like that. Sorry. I think, am I hearing them? Are the words, getting through?
Yeah, 100%. You just don't know who these people are.
Yeah, I think I kind of, look up at them, and, as I make eye contact, really center their faces on mine, looking at Ruby, with Ruby's face, and then switching to Tennant, and switch back to Tennant. I think
Stop!
Flickering through. Who? What? Who are you? Sorry.
I'm gonna pull back from this moment and check in on someone else. Rose, the last time we left you, you were in the attic of your cottage, coming down from this emotional release. What do you spend your night doing?
Yeah, so I think Rose eventually, like, finishes sitting in the mess of this den, like, writing the letter and sketching out the things that she wants to sketch out for Chaser, and then sort of stands, looks at Dawn outside the window, looks at the mess and goes, that's a tomorrow problem, that's not a today problem, and, like, creeps out, and I think will compile everything that she wants to send to Chaser, shove a very thick envelope into the mail jug, and I think gets ready to take a bath. Like, really says, you know what, I'm gonna take a moment, I'm gonna get some peace until Tennant gets back, because I'm not gonna sleep till he gets back, so let me, like, just, like, take a moment, like, put some nice, like, you know, salts or, like, oils in the bath, puts on her big, luxurious robe, and is like, I'm just gonna take a little time to just, like, relax, you know? De-stress from my day.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
Do you want to share what you sent to Chaser, or is that...
Yeah, I
Sure.
can do that.
would
I have a
love
letter.
to.
The letter says, Chaser, I hope your trip home was quick and easy. I can't thank you enough for coming out and for everything you've done for us. I wish I could leave this there and write endlessly about toddler antics and domestic life, but I'm afraid I have to ask something else of you. The ghosts of Crowcolt past have returned with a vengeance, and I'm afraid. I'm including all of the notes I've put together and a sketch of what we faced today, just to ensure that no matter what happens, record of what's happened here remains. Make no mistake, this is far from a final goodbye before I waltz into the void. But Chaser, whatever has its sights on us is strong. I nearly fell to it, and Ruby did, though we brought her back without issue and she's recovering well. If anything should happen, please take the girls and disappear. And trust... What did I write? And trust cautiously, as our enemy is a skilled shape changer and a fae. Lark is mostly up to date as well, so call on them as an ally if you need, though I'm wary of the third party who almost certainly reads everything I send home, so he might need a little more detail to understand. I'm sorry to give you more of my worries, friend, but thank you for bearing them with me and for all of your friendship these 11 years. Love, Rose. P.S. I love you. Yuck, I know, but it had to be said. And with that letter, Rose includes a sketch of what Molly's true form, or how Molly looked this evening. I think sketches of the castle with some of the notes on that, her notes from the Fae book, just like everything they've compiled over the last year about this, and a lot of recent stuff. There's just a bunch of like fucked up sort of chicken scratch notes that get attached to the back of this letter, and then shoved through the mail jug.
Yeah. You can absolutely do that. You can absolutely take a bath, relax.
Yeah, how long does that last? Like all night, probably, right?
I think you probably get like a solid hour of relaxation.
Yeah.
Then make me a perception check.
Okay. Oh, you're joking me. 14 with a 2 on the die.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear, I think you're used to this sound, so I think it kind of like maybe doesn't register until kind of like maybe 2 seconds after it's gone off, and only the kind of lingering kind of like ringing of it remains. But you hear a gunshot go off in the house next door.
Yeah. Cool, no doubt. I think Rose kind of like sits up in the bath and listens for a second, and then I think we'll like grab her holo transmitter and text Tennant and be like, everything okay? And obviously that doesn't fucking go anywhere. And then I think
You get like the, you know, when something's undelivered.
Yeah. I think Rose will then go in the family group chat and just say, hey, heard a shot. Everything okay?
Well, we will turn to that moment, because we're working with weird timey-wimey stuff, in just a second. And we'll check in on Riva and Rodella. We last saw you on the front porch outside Sloane's home, and you had kind of picked yourself up and gone inside with plans to give Henry a ring, i.e., talk to him through the piece of mirrored glass that you have.
I think Rodella checks in wordlessly with Riva after that very vulnerable moment and rests a hand kind of on her lower back.
You have seen sort of Riva put her mask back on. And I think I sort of interpret your reassuring backpat as sort of like I promise I'll treat him with as much respect as he is due.
I think Rodella kind of okay. And I think she pulls the mirror out and glances into it. Can she see that brown eye anywhere?
Not at first.
I think she kind of like experimentally like taps the glass a little bit. Henry?
Rodella? And that eye appears.
Do I see anything? Or do I hear any voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
You see the same eye, you hear that same voice.
I look over to Rodella for a moment, looking for permission.
I think Rodella gives you a look that is very much like you have free reign. Like this isn't something that I think Rodella is going to like. She's not going to manage the way that you speak to her deceased partner. She trusts you to do what you need to do.
I take that. Henry, you fuck.
Rodella
Your
instantly
accent-
regrets her decision. I think Rodella just kind of, okay.
Your actions, advertent or inadvertent, have ultimately led to the death of my daughter this evening. Our daughter, so to speak. So, explain yourself. Explain yourself.
I'm sorry. I try to warn you.
Well, you did a shit job. Now,
Well, then tell me what I can do. What can I tell you?
start from the beginning. How did you get in touch with Molly? And what is this that I'm hearing about Bernadette?
I think before Henry starts speaking, Rodella kind of like glances down into the mirror and gives him a very like familiar and reassuring look.
You get that kind of like pinprick pupil out of fear kind of like softens a little bit in like kind of like recognition of an exchanged glance. Very strange to have an exchanged glance with your ex-husband when you can only see a tiny sliver of his face.
Rodella could not be more uncomfortable in this situation if she tried. This is so fucking weird.
Well, the timeline there differs. I'll start at the beginning. I guess. I never contacted Molly. We met. Well, I guess we were the same once.
What do you mean?
We both served the same hag.
How did that happen?
Oh, it happens to most who end up in our position. I died. She died. We sank, and at the bottom of the ocean, we made a deal. She came, a couple of years, I think, after me, but we both served a hag, called Beulah. Sea hags, they have these, undead servants, if you will, and that is what we were for a while. We did her bidding.
I think Rodella, her heart kind of like clenches a little bit. And she looks at Henry and she goes, Why would you make a deal?
I wanted to come back to you.
Reva crosses her arms.
And I guess that always puzzled me as far as Molly was concerned. She, as far as I know, she didn't have anything to go back to. Perhaps you have more insight than I, on why she would fight so hard to stay alive.
I glance over at Reva.
So what happens next? Are you still in servitude to this Beulah, or how did you set yourselves free?
No, well, firstly, I was not a bird. Whilst in service to her, that came later. We mostly just looked like ourselves, but much, much worse. So, we had the ability to shift forms, just simple illusory disguises, so we could, blend into crowds when needed. It's hard, I think, for sea hags to leave the waters for extended periods of time, unless you are very powerful, which Molly seems to have mastered. But there was a point in time where have you found this gun?
I take a look at Rodella, and I'm like, he hasn't answered the question, but I'm also interested in this gun. Like, do we still want to keep on playing good cop, bad cop?
I think Rodella looks at you like, I was never planning on doing good cop, bad cop. This was your idea. but I think it is also very, like, perks up at the mention of the gun. And very much wants to follow down this line of questioning, because why?
I thought I saw your son with it. I can't be sure, but
yes.
Well, I guess when I knew Molly, she found it. I don't know where, I don't know how, but she found it, and there was something inside it that she would converse with.
Could you hear it?
No.
Did she ever say what it was?
No. She didn't really... She was very secretive and protective over it, and I wouldn't ever refer to the relationship we had as fond necessarily, but she told me one or two things over the years. A little while after she found it, she disappeared for a little while. The gist of it, I think, was that whatever was inside the gun, I think, was trying to teach her a spell or something, and she disappeared to get something she needed for it.
And she didn't say what it was. She didn't say what the spell was. She didn't elaborate.
The spell was, had something to do with revenge. With punishment, with... I don't know. She was very angry.
So, how did you end up here?
Well, there came a point in time where suddenly, I think Molly achieved the revenge she was... I'm not... She got what she wanted, but she wasn't... It never satisfied her. And her attitude then towards this gun changed drastically. She hated it. And she disappeared again. She said she was taking it back home. And it was when she came back from wherever she went. And I think it may have been here. When she came back, she was hell-bent on finding a way to break her deal to she didn't want to be in servitude anymore. She kept talking about transforming.
Have you broken your deal?
No. Well...
Not the technicalities of it.
At some point, Molly figured out how to become a hag herself. And she killed Beulah. And when a hag kills another hag, their power transfers over, and so all of us servants became hers, and she turned us into those birds. So I didn't break my deal. It sort of transferred over.
I look over to Rodella, and I think you see a murderous glimmer in Riva's eye.
Rodella gauges, is it towards Henry or is it towards somebody else?
Good, that solves one mystery. We kill Molly and you become ours.
Rodella, I don't know how you would even begin to go about destroying a thing like what she has become since...
Excuse me, you were talking to me. Let's be clear.
I think Rodella gives you like a little bit of a look.
I take it, the sort of like, yes, I've been acting out of pocket.
I'm appealing to both of you, let's be clear.
Good. Because you have a debt to repay. To repay us at this point. and I fully expect your full cooperation. Now, what is this business with souls? What do you know?
The more souls a hag makes deals with, the more souls she cages, the more powerful she is. She was very intent on finding your sisters, Bernadette.
I think Reva's eyes harden at that.
Do you know why?
I don't know for sure. I think it might have something to do with... I don't know. It might have something to do with how she became a hag.
You mentioned that at the beginning, after she received the gun and went away the first time, she got what she wanted. Do you know what that was?
No.
Because you said she didn't become a hag herself until after.
Yes, about a year later.
After she returned the gun to its home.
Yes. And the first time I came here, was a little over 10 years ago. She, your eldest, he was in a game of some kind.
Could you repeat that one more time?
No. Your son was in a game.
Yes. Glances at Reva kind of warningly. Yes.
She found out where you were, where you had settled, and she became very upset, very paranoid, very crazed that you would find what she had left here. And so all of you left the planet for a time, for a wedding. And that is when we came to Dorithium, and she disappeared. She went underground. And then when she came back, she was different.
Well, that's certainly filling in the timeline.
That's about as much as I can tell. It's a miracle, but I think she's not very close right now.
What do you mean?
Earlier, she felt very close. I couldn't communicate with you like I can now. But, she is elsewhere.
Do you know where?
No. And if I did, I couldn't tell you.
Do you know how she killed Beulah?
A vicious battle. She was underpowered, but, I think her hatred and it more than made up for it. And Beulah was not expecting it. Hags tend to form covens with each other, not kill each other.
I think Riva, as you just practicing some well-honed emotional regulation skills over the last, I don't know, 36 sessions that we've developed or played. So, like,
Oh my god, gross.
just to like not take a deep breath and then just say, thank you. Is there anything else that you can tell us?
That's all I can think of that may help you understand her movements and I'm sorry if it's not what you were looking for.
Henry,
Yes.
do you know why she's kept you alive? Clearly you've been a bit of a thorn in her side. She says that very fondly.
I smile a little bit at that.
Admittedly, yes. I don't know, maybe she has some further use for me. Maybe it's another game. Or maybe... I don't know. We kept each other company for a while. That's all I can think of.
Well, she didn't have many people doing that, so...
Correct.
Thank you, Henry.
Don't thank me. Riva?
Yes.
Since she took your sister, I've never felt her this powerful. You have to... If you go after her now, you will never survive. You have to find a way to weaken her, to figure out how to undo what has been done. You need to know more before you go after her. I don't say this. I've watched you for a long time. I know how formidable you are as opponents. I am not underestimating you. But do not underestimate her.
I don't think we can at this point.
I'm sorry about your daughter.
I think I take a moment. Just thank you. I appreciate those kind words, and I appreciate the warning. However, Molly's fatal flaw, both in alive and in death, is her inability to find the silver lining. And I look over to Rodella. We'll find a way. We always do.
I think Rodella looks down at Henry. We'll find a way.
Well, and I kind of like I look over to Ardella. Would you like a moment?
I think Ardella just looks at you very appreciatively. Because she knows that was hard for you. And I think she kind of nods. And puts a hand on your leg and just kind of squeezes.
I think for the first time in this call, I look over at Henry and give him a little nod, a little respectful one. And then I kind of let them be and walk away.
A drastically different taste.
I see. Lovely woman. No, we really never had much of a chance, did we?
She gives him a very sad look, and just the realization that he's here because he was trying to get back kind of broke her heart.
Riddell, you know, there won't be a way to release me. You can't break my deal because I broke it first. I agreed to serve her and do her bidding. And I disobeyed her. I actively worked against her. There's no release from that.
She can't keep you here if she's gone from this world, so. We are tenacious.
Oh, is that what you call it?
I hope you know I missed you just as much. I think she feels like she looks a little bit like there's like a flash of guilt. And it's not regret. There is no regret for anything that's transpired since you died. But there is a flash of guilt. And I think, especially after hearing why you made this deal, I think Ardella just looks at you very sadly. I spoke to you a lot. I don't know if you ever heard, but I've missed you.
Sometimes. Reva and Rodella, can you make perception checks for me, please?
Oh god, that's a nat one.
You're in the
That's
trenches,
okay.
man.
I am in the trenches.
I got a 22.
Oh, thank god.
Reva, you're kind of lingering by the doorway to this house, probably out on the porch, maybe watching the dawn color the sky when you hear a gunshot ring across the road. And that's where we're going to take our break. Catch us again in 15 minutes. We keep putting the pieces together. All right, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to pick up in a pocket dimension far, far away with 3 siblings and a very tired aunt, but she's fine. Tennant and Ruby, you've just kind of like turned your attentions to Nadette, who's looked at both of you and gone, who are you?
I think that Ruby, who it clicks in her brain that not a few hours before, she felt her sister give up a bunch of her memories for her, looks absolutely stricken and has this moment of, oh god, oh fuck, it got fucked up somehow, this is my fault, and immediately like drops down to her knees in front of Nadette and tries to like reach for her.
Oh, Tennant, I think, kicks you in the shin and goes, stop fucking playing around.
Ow!
It's not funny. Let's go. We need to, I don't know, sweep the ship or something. Is anyone else here?
No one's here. I looked. I had the time.
Like a broom?
What?
I think you see, like, Nadette's face and voice is, like, very light, but, like, her body is fucking rigid. Like, stuck so hard. Like, her brain does not remember, but her body fucking does and is fighting back. And she's just... Is it dirty? Do we need to...
She did too much. She gave too much. Fault.
What are you talking about?
This is the thing that she did to bring me back. It's too far. It was too much.
No, the resurrection's over now. The ritual's done. It's not...
Well, then why the fuck is she like this?
I don't fucking know. Nad, sir.
Nah. I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, fuck this. Fuck. Sloan, I could really do your hand here. Nothing. Fucking great.
I can help sweep if that's what...
It's not that, Ruby. It's got to be this place is fucking...
Sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Full of shit. But you're probably right. Was there anyone on the outside? Did either of you bother to inform anyone before jumping in after me?
Yeah, I told Sam to shoot the thing open.
Oh, great. Awesome. So you left Sam with a firearm.
What? I'm sorry, what did you want me to do?
I don't fucking know. Call Mom.
If I'd waited any more seconds to come and get you, would have probably been in here for a fucking week, so you're welcome.
She doesn't know why, but Nadette is really offended on Sam's behalf.
Yeah. It'll be fine. I did tell her to wait 3 minutes, so fuck knows how much time that is.
That's gonna be, yeah. Fuck. Okay. We just
180 seconds.
Jesus Christ, we have to fix her. Nadette, that is your name.
Oh.
I hate this. I'm Tennant. I'm your brother. You really, really like me and you hate this one.
elbows him.
So I'm the favourite sibling. We don't need
Not
to worry
true.
about her.
Categorically untrue. He's full of shit. He's lying to you.
Don't confuse her more.
Well, then quit lying to her.
I'm not.
I'm confused.
Do you remember how we got here?
I know this is a boat, and we are on it.
Fucking brilliant. Cool.
Right.
Yeah, well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fuck. What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
Okay,
All we can really do is just wait, I guess.
I don't want to do that.
Jess, we're like, I know that this ship is mostly like cleared of signs of life.
Mhm.
Like, well and truly, it is just like the boat and the furniture that's nailed down.
Yeah? Why?
Okay.
What are you asking me?
I was gonna suggest that we go find a deck of cards and cheat because she doesn't know the rules now. But
You can absolutely do that.
nice. Okay. I think that Ruby's still like fighting a little bit of that panic, but also like trying to just let go of the tension because she knows that they're gonna be here for a long fucking time and there's really fuck all that she can do. Well, I saw a deck of cards in the drawer, and she doesn't remember the rules.
Kind of turns to Nadette. Do you know how to play cards? You fully know how to play cards. You just don't know your name.
I think a little fighting through it all, there's just the urge to be a little shit. So she goes, cards?
Oh, fuck. This is going to be funny for about 6 hours, then if it doesn't wear off, I'm going to get very, very irate. But until then...
Yeah, same.
Fine.
Nadette hustles the shit out of them at cards.
Yeah, roll me, what am I getting you to roll? Roll me a d8, please.
It's a 7.
Cool. So you have 7 hours to kill.
Fuck.
I thought it was gonna be how good I was at cards.
I'm afraid.
I was happy it was so high.
Do you want to do rollies?
No, I'm just good at cards.
Okay.
I'm the
Okay.
DM now. I'm good at cards.
I think the way that like just part of Nadette's inner chaos gremlin peeks forth and still manages to like wipe the floor with both of you at cards kind of like lessens the tension a little bit. And I think kind of like steadies Tennant in like, okay, so she's in there. She's like having a nap right now. And I think probably after too many games where you lose terribly, he kind of goes, okay, well, I give up. Do you want to sleep?
You both look very tired.
All right, well, have you seen a mirror? Because you don't look fucking picture perfect either.
I think just an illusion shifts of like makeup, full face done, hair like
No.
Doesn't
Don't do
count.
that. You don't remember, but we made a deal. You're not allowed to do that anymore.
Okay, sleep.
Do you really not remember anything, Nada?
I think you see like all of the muscles in her body tense, and for a second I think it almost looks like her body's going into a rage without her. And sorry, I remember some like very broad things. Like I know what a broom is.
Well, you never did before, so I don't know where the fuck that came from. Look, you've got a scar on your knee because you decided it'd be a great idea to jump off your bunk bed, and you split open. You've got... I mean, you just fought a big bird, so you have got quite a number of other... We're not going to talk about that. Do you remember Sam?
I think some... despite it all, I think there's a little heart flutter, like, not... I don't think... Maybe? I don't know anyone by that, but I feel... Maybe. Should I?
He just looks at Ruby like, this fucking sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we should all go to bed for a bit.
Okay, well, I'm gonna keep an eye on Sloane.
Wake me up, we'll do it in shifts. If you refuse, I'm gonna just stay up with you, and then neither of us will sleep.
Hey, fine. I'll wake you up.
Fine. Are you lying to me?
No.
Do I need to take a shift?
No.
No. You're fine. Alright. We'll kind of go and, I don't know, rustle up just like pillows and blankets or some shit. Like kind of dragged off some of the beds or hammocks down below and bring them back up onto the deck. Set up like a little, like, just nest of all of these things. So they can all be within eye line of each other.
Yeah. He kind of, like, tucks you both in, kind of patronizingly, but also, like, you can tell he's quite enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. You guys can take a long rest for the next 7 hours. Back on the outside of this gem. Rose, you text the group chat. Reva, I think you receive this just minutes after you yourself hear the gunshot. What do you text the group chat again?
It was something along the lines of, I heard a shot. Is everyone okay?
Yeah. You see, doesn't deliver to Tennant, Ruby, or Nadette, but it delivers to Reva and Rodella.
I think after the gunshot, I think, like, Reva just immediately just screams, like, Rodella! And then, like, just is like, fuck this night, and is probably, like, running off to the gunshot.
Yeah.
You hear Rodella's feet, like, pounding behind you.
Yeah.
And then I think when the text comes, I think, like, I don't know, I'm so bad at checking my phone. Both in real life and also in fantasy world. But I don't know if Rose would have heard just Reva screaming out in the woods. Or not. I don't know.
I don't know.
Can I roll for how loud I scream?
I can roll another perception check about it.
So what are your actions after you send that? Are you yourself heading over to the house?
I mean, I think that Rose, like, is very conscious of the fact that her children are in the house, and if she leaves, they're asleep and no one's there. So I think Rose probably, like, still in this, like, very, like, silky pink robe, like, hair pinned up from the bath, frost covering, like, her hair and her skin from the water. It's just sort of standing in the doorway, like, looking towards the estate, looking towards the cottage next door, looking towards the estate, and just, like, silently, like, what the fuck do I do? What the fuck am I supposed to do? This is ridiculous. Nobody in this family checks the fucking phone. And it's just like braced in the doorway, rifling through like every bad possible outcome.
Yeah. You have Naomi, by the way.
Oh
no, I've got Henry gripped in my hand.
No, Naomi, the baby.
Oh my god, I've got Naomi! I forgot I had the baby! Fuck. Yeah, I probably got like a little, like, as soon as I went into the house, I'm sure I got like some kind of like carrier or something. So I got fucking Naomi strapped to my chest as I'm like booking it. I think as we're passing, we probably see Rose in the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So I'll book it over, because like if we heard a gunshot, I'm thinking it's the cottage, right? Because
yeah, you're not quite sure.
I don't.
It's from that general direction.
Yeah. Because, like, I think probably at this point I assumed that, like, Tennant must have gone back home or, like, something like that, and I'm disoriented, so I think I run up to Rose and just go, like, was it here?
No, I think it was next door. I tried messaging Tennant, and it didn't deliver, and,
I think she immediately unstraps Naomi.
Like looks down, registers that you have Naomi, and she left Naomi with her husband, and it's sort of a, well, I can check one thing to worry about off my list, but also a like, that bastard affectionate kind. It's a mixture of emotions, and we'll just take the baby, and what can I do? Like, the girls are here, Olivia left, but
stay here, stay with the kids. And Rodella just like books it off into the woods to get to Nadette's. I'm sure Reva probably just kept running.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think Rose stands in the doorway for like 3 minutes and then goes, fuck this. And then I'm gonna follow after.
I think before you even get to that point, I think you hear like more like footsteps running in your direction, Rose, and you see Estrus, who's going, "What the fuck?"
I don't fucking know. I don't know. Gunshot next door. The moms are going. I tried texting Tenant and he didn't, but nobody checks the phone, so I don't know if it's like nobody looked at the phone or I don't know.
Okay,
can you
go.
say? Do you mind? Can I think? I think like I was holding her sleeping baby, and then looks down and goes, "This is gonna be a problem." And go, I'm sorry. Can I? Do you mind? Thank you. And we'll hand the baby over. And
Naomi's a rock.
Rock.
Okay. So yeah, you can all sprint towards the house. I think as you're kind of like arriving on the doorstep of Sam and Det's home, you hear another gunshot. And I think you're close enough to the house at this point that you even see kind of like the flare of like gunfire from like one of the upstairs windows. What do you do?
We're booking it in. If the door's locked, if anything's going on, we're knocking that door down.
I mean, the door's probably open. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't lock her door.
No, why would she? What reason does she have to do that in these times?
Well, there was shit living in our walls, so it doesn't matter anyway.
This is true, yeah. I think once they... Yeah, true.
On this planet can pick locks. There's no point.
I mean, part of the fun is creating locks for other people's to pick. Like, that's
true.
It's about giving back to the community.
Ruby, you are shaken awake.
Yeah.
Gently, not, meanly or roughly, but you're kind of like shaken awake, and he's like, I wasn't lying. It's your shift.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah. Kind of gets up, and I think, just tucks Nadette back in, very much in the way that Tennant tucked her in a few hours ago.
As you're kind of like looking up at Tennant, something catches your eye in the sky past him, and you see like a flare of light. It's just like what looks to be like a comet kind of like streaks in slow motion across the sky towards you.
Towards us?
Yeah.
Oh god. This is what the dinosaurs felt, huh? I think she just points up behind Tennant into the sky. Do you see that?
Make a
Is
wish.
it getting closer?
What?
No, it's...
Oh fuck, yeah, there shouldn't be stars here, right?
Yeah, no. Can you drive this thing? It's kind of big. I don't actually think that we're sailing on it.
Can I drive it? You think you want me to connect to this thing? Are you crazy?
I meant just like with the steering wheel. What's it called?
That's not how that works, Ruby.
I don't fucking know. I don't exactly go sailing very often, but
See, this kind of shit is how we ended up here in the first
it's
place.
also not a real ship, so...
Nadette, you're fully woken by this bickering. Nope.
What?
It's fine, go back to sleep.
It's
Ruby's
fine,
being
Nadette.
stupid again.
No, Tennant's being stupid again.
This is a ghost ship. I'm not
do
going to
anything
connect
with
my
that's-
fucking central nerve to this ship.
Okay, well,
That
sorry.
probably
I
once
used to
belonged to
live in
fucking granddad, so it's probably haunted by his fucking
coming
ghost.
towards us. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, it's really easy to sleep through all this.
The sky shatters around you like glass. Spider, web, fragments kind of break across the sky like a mirror kind of being punched. And you feel this lurching pull behind your navel as something yanks you. And you all tumble to the ground of this spare bedroom in Nadette's house, Sloane included. And you have Sam kind of holding this gun, shaking, going, "Oh fuck!" And family, the rest of you burst into this bedroom, and you see...
We see Sam holding a gun pointing at them.
You see Sloane, you see your 3 children, and you see Sam with a gun.
Are my memories back?
And Nadette, you know exactly who you are.
I think just before they return, if I can be a little gay, I see Sam standing there, and it's like, who is that? That is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. And then it all comes flooding back in.
Oh my god, it worked!
Yeah.
I think Rodella, like, leaps forward and, like, snatches the gun out of, like, Sam's hand and is looking at her like, what the fuck?
I wasn't!
Alright, this one I am gonna take full responsibility for. This is the only time this is ever gonna happen in my life. It was actually all my fault. I wasn't fucking thinking.
What's
And
going
I
on?
really should know better than to just trust that a bird dropped something in my lap, and so I picked it up, alright? It was a force of fucking habit, and yeah, it was the ruby. And yes, have I seen someone get sucked into a ruby before? Yes, but it was also over a year ago, and I'm very exhausted, or I was very exhausted. I feel kind of fine now. We're fine, though, and we got Sloan. Sloan's back.
Can someone start from the beginning? Please?
Riva puts 2 knives back.
On very shaky feet, I think Sloane kind of like takes a step towards you, Riva, and kind of like braces herself on your shoulders and gives you like a very serious look and goes, How long has it been?
Do I have an exact time? Like,
Since what? Since
If anyone does it, Riva would.
yeah.
so I'm like,
If
at this point,
you know that Sloane disappeared about an hour before that ritual happened, so it's been about 8 or 9 hours, maybe.
probably, and we're already in morning time, so before ritual, we're talking actually probably 12, 13 hours approximately, right? If the sun is rising.
Well, it's like
Sorry, this is me being insane.
no, that's so valid. I actually can't do math. It's probably about 6 in the morning.
Okay.
And the ritual probably happened about like 11 p.m. Like close to midnight, close to kind of the witching hours. So
And we know that Sloane was before the ritual. Yeah, so I think I give her like a range just between, honestly, between 7 and, what is it? This would be 7 and 12 hours. Like, this is the exact time it is right now on this day. Like, that's what I give.
I think you see, like, you notice up close as well, like, the kind of deep, kind of, like, dark circles beneath her eyes, that, like, sheer tiredness, but you see this, like, heavy wash of, like, relief go over her, and she kind of, like, presses, like, a kiss to your cheek, and she goes, okay, good. And she faints clean away in your arms.
Oh, big hug. Get in here. And also, I'm holding her up. Oh, God. Oh, sorry, those are the emotions that flash through.
Yeah.
But I think I kind of gently cradle her, and I look over to Rodella for an extra hand.
Yeah, Rodella's immediately over there, like, checking her over. Is there, like, can I make some kind of, like...
Yeah, make a medicine check.
What time is it out here?
Yeah, kind of looks at Sam. She's like, I waited 3 minutes.
Right, so it was only about 5 minutes out here. It was at least 11 that I was in there total.
11 minutes?
Hours.
Sorry?
I was in there for 11 hours.
Also, I'm sorry, I'm turning to Sam. You waited 3 minutes and you didn't tell anyone?
He told me to.
I know him. He doesn't know shit about magic. I'm next door.
She's like, I didn't. He put the gun in my hand, so I was really worried. Like, if I let go of the gun and picked up a phone, that I would forget where to put my hands again. And it was really important that I could shoot the thing. Okay,
Sam,
I'm really sorry.
You did a really good job, and you got it in. Kind of looks at the probably multiple bullet holes in the ground. A couple of tries. So yeah,
I didn't know how many rounds there were in here. Tanner goes sick. Well, I used 4.
I think Nadette just kind of drapes herself over Sam and just give her a big, big hug.
Oh, please don't do that again.
Nadette, are you normal now? Please tell me you're normal now.
What do you mean? Yeah, I'm fucking normal.
You fucking asshole.
I want to look over to Rose and make eye contact to see, like, are we being mad at Tennant now? Like, yes. Okay, so I think I look at you first. There's a nod of agreement, and I glare at Tennant.
And he looks between his wife and his mum, goes, "Fuck this." No.
wait 3 minutes, not, I don't know, text my magically inclined wife?
I didn't have time to do that because Nadette went diving
No,
in
you had
after
time
her.
to hand them a gun and say, wait 3 minutes? You could
yes.
also call my wife in that sentence?
Why didn't you talk to Rose? Are you kidding?
Thank you, Riva.
Actually, the reason that we are standing here right now is because of my instructions, so you're fucking welcome.
And the reason that we've all had heart attacks is because of your boneheaded mistake.
No. It actually, this one time it was my boneheaded mistake. Okay, he
Thank you.
was very stupid what he did
Yes,
as well.
but you get a died today pass, okay?
That was yesterday. The sun's
Can we
up. It's
fucking
fine.
sort slow now? Is slow okay?
I got a 16 on my medicine.
Okay. Yeah. She's alive. She's not actively dying. She's not necessarily even like I mean mechanics wise, yeah, she's probably down a few hit points. I think it's just sheer like exhaustion. You can tell she's probably not slept very much. And if like Ruby and Tenon and Nadette were in there for a handful of minutes and it's been like almost, 11, 12 hours for them, it's probably been a lot longer for Sloane. And so the ordeal of being in that state for so long, you can tell that there's a heavy, you've seen it in Rose, I think, when she's used a lot of intense magic and it really takes a toll on the body. Sloane's been doing some kind of like intense magic.
Okay. Yeah, I think I kind of gently brush her hair and then immediately pull out my phone and text Estros.
And then I look over at Tenet. That's how it's done.
I'm never hearing the end of this one.
All right. How about we put Sloane down on one of the mattresses in here, and they can come up and see her when everyone arrives. And how about we all go down and sit and have a regular discussion, maybe?
I'm going to bed.
Alright.
It's nearly 6.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Not all of us just got a beautiful 11-hour beauty nap, okay? Some of us need to fucking try.
We could we reconvene for a late lunch. Let's all just, yeah, okay.
And also, just to be clear, we don't know what we're dealing with, and the next Ruby might be a trap. So next time there's a strange magical phenomena, can someone knock on my fucking door before they start shooting things? Thank you.
I think you can, like, Tenon and Ruby do, like, the, when Reba's shouting at them, like, exchange, like, oh, shit.
Fuck, we're in trouble.
That's just hugging Sam, like, I've done nothing wrong. Alright, late lunch. Well, we can all meet here. Anyone who wants to stay here is welcome.
Can we meet at our house? Because I kind of looks at who's with the kids now.
Mistress.
Okay, well, we should probably relieve her of her duties so we can come find her wife.
Yeah.
Lunch at our place, alright?
Deal.
Okay. Kind of like wraps Ruby on the forehead with his knuckles again in like gentle annoyance.
I'm not gonna touch anything else.
And yeah, I think Tenon will kind of like offer Rose his arm, like.
I think Rose glares at it for a minute, and then we'll like half of the fight will go out, and she'll take his hand. But it's like she's not happy about it.
Sure.
And I think actually before I leave, can I just like reach out and like kind of run in a very like motherly way the back of my hand along like Sloane's brow, and just using up the last of my magic today. Can I cast Greater Restoration just to try and help them deal with whatever they're dealing with?
Mm-hmm.
I think Rodella spots the note that is on the ground
Yeah.
and picks it up and looks up at Ruby.
Ruby's standing in the corner with just this a face that I don't think she gets very often at all because she never feels bad about anything she does ever. But just this, like, I think, especially after seeing the way that, like, Rose was freaking the fuck out, an extreme look of guilt. Arms kind of crossed, her shoulders a little hunched.
Yeah, I think Rodella's not looking at Ruby, like, accusatorily at all.
That's worse.
No, the look that she gives you...
I'm not mad, I'm disappointed.
No, like,
Yeah.
I think she, she looks at this letter and, like, the terrible, like, baiting language. And I think she looks at Ruby. She looks over at Reva and she glances down at Sloane. And she just goes, "She gave us back Sloane." It's like she's sending us reinforcements. She doesn't give a shit. And she thinks about what Henry was saying, and she's like, she's not scared of us at all.
No. If this was about just killing all of us, we'd all be dead.
After you all sleep, figure out how to make.
Well, we've got one thing on us. She's obviously fucking underestimated us.
I think Rodella glances over at Reba with the look of, like, we thought we were playing chess, but she's not even on the board. Like it's a completely different game.
I don't meet your gaze and I don't acknowledge this conversation that's happening. I think what I'm really focused on here is just Sloane.
Do you two want to stay the night?
I think so.
We've got extra everything, so don't worry about it. Go, downstairs and greet Sloane's callers. Showers are open, extra towels are in the cabinet. Extra of Ruby's pajamas are right over there. If you need them.
You can't just give those to Fine.
Rodella just goes to where she knows that you have one of her bathrobes.
Tenant Rose, as you're kind of like crossing, to next door. I don't think you even there's a blur of movement as you kind of approach your door as like Estrus just like sprints past you.
Yeah. I don't even think I try to say anything because I don't want to delay them by even a second.
Yeah. I think he kind of like lingers in the doorway with you and kind of just like tucks a piece of hair behind your ear. You sleep. I'm alright.
A nice rest in there, did you?
No.
I don't know who that was in support of, Mara, but thank you so much for that.
I was saying, go to bed!
I, don't go in the attic before I forget. It's fine.
Why?
Had a minute. Gonna clean it up tomorrow. Squint at the sun today. Whatever. Just don't go up there.
I can clean it up, and I promise I won't look. I'll do it blindfolded or something.
It's not that I don't want you to look, it's that I don't want you to get splinters.
I think we've suffered a bit worse than splinters tonight.
Yeah. Will you just come to bed, please?
Okay.
You. And I think, like, hesitates, and I think the exhaustion sets in, and I think Tennant can see the, like, sentiment just under the surface of, like, I'm so fucking glad that you're standing here even though I'm so fucking mad at you! And we'll just, like, reach up and just, like, squeeze their arm a little bit and just... Okay. I'm probably gonna trance tonight because I don't think I can go 8 hours without someone doing something that... So...
Are you sure?
Yeah. I don't know that I really have a choice, to be honest. I'll be fine. You okay? You injured or anything?
No. I think he's kind of like walking you to the bedroom at this point and kind of like pauses and kind of tilts his head as he looks at like the baby's kind of like tucked into bed as he like tucked his sisters into bed like hours before, and just kind of falters a little bit. He looked like our old Chip. Wherever she sent us.
The one, the Sea Devil one?
Yeah.
Well, that's what Reba said she saw, right? When we found not Ruby?
Yeah.
Tracks, I guess. I wish I had better questions to ask, but I'm sort of sapped.
This is not a Q&A, Rose. Go to bed.
I know, I'm like the magic person. Supposed to have all the right things, but I'm
Rose, I was just telling you because you're my wife, and I was telling you what I saw. I wasn't telling you to get magical intel from you. You're not the magic person to me. You're my wife.
Well, yeah, clearly, because you didn't include call my fucking magic wife on your list of
I was
to-dos.
in a little bit of a rush, babe.
Yeah, well, you should make time for me. I'm your wife. It was probably in your vows somewhere.
Probably, can't remember.
Would you just add it to the list next time, please, before you go jumping into a strange...
I do trust Sam enough to know that if that somehow didn't work, that you would probably be on the next list of people to call.
Yeah, but I'd like to be, like, the first one. You know, like your emergency contact? Or whatever. Just
I do think that's kind of a given, babe.
And yet I didn't make the list of things to tell Sam, now did I?
No, but like I said, I was busy.
Yeah. Yeah, well, if you could just move me to the top, that'd be great. Because I love you, and I can't really do anything if you get stuck into an extra dimensional plane forever because the gateway was, like, broken or something. And I'll go insane if I'm stuck here by myself with your mums. I won't last. I'll explode. So if you could just up the list, that'd be great.
It was definitely Ruby's fault, not mine.
Yes, well, I can't yell at Ruby now, can I? Right now. So...
You can't yell at me.
I can. I'm pretty sure that's part of the getting married thing.
That wasn't in your vows, I would have remembered.
It was subtext.
He, like, gently, like, 2-finger pushes you, like, back into the bed.
Sways way more than she should. Go to sleep.
Yeah.
Good night.
Back in Sam and Nadette's place, Estrus explodes through the door, followed quite closely behind by Fanula.
Upstairs on the left. That's all I say is they rush past.
What are the rest of you doing?
I think Ruby's downstairs and has cleared a bunch of the stuff like off of Sam and Nadette's fridge and is using the refrigerator magnets and some sticky notes to start conspiracy morning without asking.
Nadette's gonna turn to Sam and be like, I'm so sorry, I've already put you through so much tonight, but would you mind terribly if we give our bed to my mothers? I don't know how long Sloane and them will be in the guest room, and they need sleep.
Yeah. No, it's fine. We can just find a nice square floor.
Tuck you into the couch. It'll make you all comfy cozy.
Yeah.
Okay. And I will rifle through a cabinet and, like, get Sam a, like, pillow and blanket and put it out and get another blanket and there's, like, 7 blankets on this couch. I think just is kind of, like, putting a blanket on, just, like, make it comfy on the bottom, putting another one on, then putting one over the back so, like, you don't touch, like, the cold leather of the couch if you don't want, like, it's, like, decked out. I go upstairs and get, like, an old teddy bear of Sam's that, like, stays in our bed and bring that down.
I think she kind of, like, as you're tucking her in, she goes, I've never fired a gun before. That was crazy.
It's so good.
I'm pretty sure, like, the knife lessons that I'm meant to be having in, now, are off, but I feel like I kind of, like, jumped ahead. Like, I'm kind of intermediate, like, firearms, right?
I mean, I suppose if you want to, we could tell my mother, like, no knife lessons, please. I'm gone. You can pick your weapon.
Does that mean, but if I did the firearm lessons, would I have to take them with Tennant?
He is the best, unfortunately. Despite it all, he's so good with them.
I can't
I
believe I'm
think
saying this. Yeah.
From the kitchen, there's like, you've got other long-range options.
You. It shrinks down, like, shoulders covering yours. I'll download on it. Yeah. Lots of
sleep
options.
on it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Give her a kiss on her forehead, then her nose, then her lips, then her chin. And then back to her lips, and then, okay. Sleep.
Okay.
Sleep.
Okay!
And I'll get up and go help my mums get settled in the guest.
I think when I want to take some care with Sloane before Estros and Manula come back, and just like make sure that when they come back, that Sloane is comfortably resting somewhere cozy, and I can give the 3 of them space to. I think I give them both sort of like a knowing look and just reassure them that she's fine. Rodella took a look. And before like making my way down, I guess like, Rodella, what are you up to?
I think while you were kind of helping Sloane, I think Rodella drew a bath, and attempts to coax you in there, especially with your bloodied knuckles, and has kind of like gotten some extra clothes and is just trying to kind of like settle now that they know that everyone's okay. But she does not want to leave Nadette's house. She wants to make sure she's as close to Ruby and Nadette and everyone as possible.
Then I think I kind of say like, don't worry, I'll come up and take a bath. Just give me a moment. I'm going to run down to the kitchen and grab something real fast. And I think like, as I walk down into the kitchen and I see Ruby's like conspiracy board forming on the fridge, I kind of take a seat and silently like watch. And then I think Ruby might hear some like soft snoring as your mom is falling asleep at the table.
Oh.
think that, Ruby, of course, heard Reva come in, but I think just still went about her business when she hears this, kind of turns back around and is going to go and grab one of the blankets from the living room and just tuck it over her shoulders. Creep upstairs really quick and let Rodella know that she's out, and I don't want to wake up Mom. So,
Yeah, I think Rodella.
if you want to move her, that's on you.
I think Rodella looks kind of forlornly at the bath and is just like, I'm getting clean at least. But I think she kind of stops you as you're about to leave, and very quickly just kind of wraps her arms around you and rests her head on the top of your head, her cheek on the top of your head. And she just kind of says quietly, I know physical affection isn't quite your thing, but just let me have this, please.
Yeah, I'll let you get within 3 feet tonight.
She squeezes you tighter.
Ah, fuck, God, you're so strong.
Let's be cautious moving forward.
Yeah, I know. I only had 20 minutes of sleep in my
Only had 20 minutes of being alive again.
Yeah, but that doesn't really count. I feel that's what that's 40 minutes of unconscious total. So, I don't know.
Moving forward. Let's try to all stay together. And she just lets out a sigh, and you feel her head become a little bit heavier on top of you. And she just goes, I'm gonna take a bath.
Okay. This time it was really an accident.
I'm not upset.
You sure? Do you want to be? Would it be easier to be?
I'm so tired.
I feel pretty fucking invincible right. Get it all out. Have a go. Fine.
I think Rodella just kisses the top of your head and just says, I love you. And then walks into the bathroom and shuts the door, and you just hear her water splashing and just the biggest sigh of your life.
And everyone that needs to can take a long rest. Any levels of exhaustion you may or may not have, you can mark off. Yeah, I think that will take us to about midday the next day, where you said that you would reconvene at Lieutenant and Rose's cottage. Ruby and Nadette, do you kind of get any more sleep that night, or are you doing any activities whilst everyone else sleeps? What are you up to? What no good are you getting up to?
I think after getting the my room ready and getting Rodella all set up in there, kind of go down and see Mom asleep at the table and just weird, and then see the conspiracy board and be like, I had my magnets organized.
You called that organized?
I'm just shitting you. Who organizes magnets? No.
Right, Tenet probably.
Probably. Are you going to bed?
No, we just slept for 7 hours. I think I could if I tried.
I'm gonna go sit outside and maybe have a smoke or something. It's been a day, you know? You wanna come?
It's an evil, wicked. I think every stoner knows the first time that your friend who really expresses no interest is like, "Hey, do you want to go smoke?" The like. And I think she says, "Yeah, I think I've got just the thing."
Then we'll
Right.
go outside. I think Nadette kind of has, like, brings out a blanket and then is sitting on the bench that's, like, equidistant between the two cottages that, like, she and Rose would often have, like, morning coffee at together. So if anything happens at either house, like, they will. And train going by my.
Yeah, the Dorithium train, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Obviously.
The choo-chooing. We don't usually get trains on Sundays. Do it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And,
Yeah, Ruby comes out with weed in one hand and I think a spare like Tupperware of cinnamon rolls in the other one, and is like, "We're gonna want these." We'll sit down and just light up, pass it over. Why don't we do this more?
'cause I'm... Well, first of all, you hate people.
What, you're such a good girl?
No!
Yeah, usually, but I make exceptions.
Me. Good. How dare you? Next to my own home. Good. Oh,
Right.
wounded. Now we're just busy and... I don't know if... I'm also... I mean, as, like, looks out over the sunrise, like, I've been in... Usually at this point, been in bed for, like, 2 hours.
I'm usually been awake for about an hour by now. What the fuck are we gonna do?
I'm not a planner, so... I don't know.
Right.
If
Okay.
something comes out of my mirror again, I'll punch it. Or
Worked
get,
well last
like,
time.
what are those things, like a flamethrower? We should all get flamethrowers. That might...
I agree, actually.
Yeah,
Infernal flamethrower?
right? Oh.
Just have to be careful and not, burn down the rest of the house.
Meh. It's old. And I think if you'll, after a couple minutes of, quiet, I think once the sun is, like, fully up, Nadette is just gonna, like, slide a folded piece of paper over across the bench to Ruby. I was gonna leave this on your pillow when you woke up. Then you had to fuck that up, didn't you?
Oh, sorry, I got hoodwinked, trapped in a gem. I'll grab it and unfold it.
And it's the poem This Morning by Mary Oliver.
No.
Which I can read.
Oliver!
And it's, this morning, the red bird's eggs have hatched, and already the chicks are chirping for food. They don't know where it's coming from. They just keep shouting more, more. As to anything else, they haven't had a single thought. Their eyes haven't opened yet. They know nothing about the sky that's waiting, or the thousands, the millions of trees. They don't even know they have wings. And just like that, like a simple neighborhood event, a miracle is taking place.
I think Ruby sits and just with this for a minute in silence, reading, then kind of folds it back up, tucks it into her pocket. And then I think just looking out at the sunrise, she just kind of leans over and lets her head rest on, just feeling the sun.
I think we'll put her head on Ruby's, and I think despite like being well rested, I think just like her body is so sore from just like the strain of what was happening. I think just kind of like relaxes, and I think before dozing off is just gonna like be like, I couldn't ever give too much for you. One of these you're gonna have to learn that you are really easy. I think I'll fall asleep on her sister.
The last bit of that cut off. You're really easy.
You're really easy to love, Ruby. Beep.
I think Ruby sits there, equal parts mad because how dare you fall asleep without letting me say something back to you, you evil witch. But I think is ultimately kind of grateful that Nadette fell asleep, because then she doesn't have to see her cry.
Woof, guys.
What?
Yeah, no, it's fine. You fast forward a few hours. Rose, you finish your 4-hour trance, and when you wake up, the kids are no longer in the bed. The sun's very much bright in the sky. And I think you can hear like the low voice of Tennant kind of like from like a different room. Kind of the door's kind of been cracked, probably, you know, so you know that like when you wake up, you know that people are in the house.
Yeah, I think Rose wakes up feeling like not just well rested after an insanely long and like unbelievable day, but I think feeling like steadier and stronger. It doesn't really clock the source of it immediately. Can I eavesdrop on my husband and my children?
Yeah, make a perception check.
That's a natural 20.
Very
It's what
cool.
Rose deserves.
So true.
Very cool. So I think the first thing you pick up before you pick up on any words is that you can't hear like a conversation, like a two-sided conversation going on. You can just kind of hear Tennant's voice and then like a pause and then Tennant speaking again, and you don't hear the kids. So you know that he's not speaking to the kids, and from the cadence of like which he's talking, it sounds like he's on the phone. And so I think you kind of go, oh, who's he on the phone to? And you kind of like strain your ears to listen. And he's kind of like speaking kind of like a low, steady voice along the lines of, okay, and where would I find that? Right. And what book did you say that was? Okay, yep. And he just kind of like low, kind of like mumblings like that.
I think after a minute, Rose will kind of like, all right, nobody's dying. My children are quiet, but that's probably for a normal reason, and I can't. I need a minute. Yeah, I think Rose will like get dressed more together than they've been in the last couple days, and then after like kind of just like actually putting herself together and looking like a person, will not like sneak, but will kind of quietly step out into the room. And when Tennant looks over, Rose has a season change to a season that has never been seen before, both on this channel generally and by Tennant. Rose's hair is like this really deep blue and kind of like beach wavy, and it like as it catches in the light, it almost looks like there's like strands of silver. It sort of like is reminiscent of the way that like the moon looks reflected in the ocean at night. Her skin is like her face is a little bit more gaunt. Her eyes are like the kind of bluish green of the ocean, kind of like 50-50 blue and green, and her freckles kind of catch in that same silver. There are no flowers, which I don't think Rose has ever had a season with no flowers, and I think unlike where she normally has like sort of a floral smell, they smell like a storm and they smell like the sea. And I think Rose will kind of just creep out, not quietly enough to startle Tennant, but just to sort of get a lay of the land this morning.
Yeah. I don't think Tennant, like, immediately kind of... Well, let me see. No, they do not hear you. They're kind of, like, at the kitchen table standing. They kind of, like, have their holo transmitter kind of, like, you know, sandwiched between their rear and their shoulder. And they're kind of, like, hands are splayed out on the table in front of them. And you can see from this angle, you can't see what's kind of spread out, but you see, like, a couple of different books and, like, lots of different, like, sheets of paper in front of him. And he's kind of like, yeah, no, okay. I'll keep looking. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, I will. And then he kind of hangs up.
I think Rose will, like, fold her hands behind her back a little bit and wait very patiently for his phone call to be done. And then we'll just sort of step it. Do I see my kids at all?
You see, like, the kind of, like, the door to, like, the back garden is open, and they're kind of, like, you know, playing in the grass, probably, up to no good. They're probably, I think it's cute, they're playing with Naomi, so Naomi's, like, out on, like, a blanket with one of those, like, dangly things above them, and they're kind of, like, playing with her and, like, making her laugh and, like, seeing what kind of, like, you know, petals or sparkles she can kind of throw up in the air.
Oh, cute. Kind of clocking that that's, like, fine and there's some normalcy. We'll just sort of meander over and kind of peer down at the papers, and you've been busy this morning.
Question, does Rose know that she's in a new season?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because I think there's sort of a running gag in Rose of just never clocking her own season pages, and I will die on that bit. Thank you.
No, love it. Yeah, I think it goes, you see immediately a lot of stuff about hags, all kind of like, and I think, like, you can see there's a couple of children's books kind of, like, posted on the table, not because Tennant has been, like, reading them or looking at them necessarily, but something to quickly cover what he's looking at if needed.
Sure.
And he kind of, like, gives you a side glance and then double takes and goes, oh, whoa. Hello.
Hi.
That's new.
And then I think because we're 11 years in at this point, Rose will kind of, like, move some hair down and squint and go, oh. Yes, it is. I feel good. So that's something, I guess. Does it suit me? I don't know. I haven't looked in a mirror today.
Yeah, everything suits you. I think he, like, leans down and, like, he kisses you, and you can tell that, like, he's so relieved that winter has gone. He doesn't even care what this new season is. He's just like, oh my god, I have you back in some semblance.
Oh. Yeah, I think she'll kind of, like, pat their chest a little and just flatter her. So, what are we diving into? Normally I'm the one who destroys the living room with papers and books and such.
Oh, well. Something, I don't know, new dogs, old tricks, I don't know. Yeah, I could.
That's how that goes.
Yeah.
Did you get any rest?
Yeah, a little bit.
Squints at him a little.
Well, I was, you know, gone for, like, a number of hours on my end, so.
Right, your beauty sleep, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Alright, how's it going?
It's going. I have stuff. I just might need smarter people to, you know, extrapolate the actual useful bits, but, yeah.
Well, very lucky you married a Fae, then.
Yeah, in more ways than one.
Alright, let me kind of, like, tuck some of the loose hair behind her ears and goes into business mood and goes, alright, what do we have? And also, is the book that Lark gave me on this table? Okay, cool. What do we have? Or do you want to wait till everyone's here to...
I think there's an aptly timed knock at the door. And
Speak of the devils.
yeah, the rest of you can file through in whatever order you wish to.
I think Rodella's always there bright and early, so...
Sure. Very punctual. Yeah, doors open.
I feel like Ruby and Nadette bring up the rear, smelling like weed.
Cool.
Yeah.
Your mother looks disappointed but not surprised.
I think while bringing up the rear, Nadette is also carrying, like, a giant carafe of coffee. and is looking kind of sheepishly, like, ooh, sorry, but is. We'll set it on the table.
I think at some point, when they're getting like really close to the door, Ruby will lean into Nadette and be like, "Everyone is gonna know that you're high, right?" Right before.
Why would you say that to me?
Reva and Rodella, you're met with very kids who probably have like too much sleep, who like kind of barrel their way up to you and like, "Grandma!" Kind of. Reva, you slept most of the night hunched over a kitchen table. You probably feel like you've been hit by a truck. So, yeah, you do kind of get like slightly shin kicked by these small children who are clambering, trying their best to clamber over you.
I think Reva lets out like an old man grunt, sort of. Just like,
And then they run up to you as well, Nadette and Reva. I think Alan goes, you smell.
You smell. No, you don't. You're fine.
Be careful in the woods. There's a skunk out there. You don't want to get sprayed.
We both go, "Ah!" And then Aspen goes, I'm a skunk, and starts chasing Alan. "I'm gonna pee on you!" Taryn goes, great, that's gonna be their new game now. Excellent.
Hey,
Yeah,
at
you're
least
welcome.
now you know if they ever come home smelling like that and they use the skunk line, probably wasn't skunk.
Yeah, I think I could tell that actually without their line.
Good point. Wild. And I think just goes and like grabs a mug down and fills up a cup of coffee and grabs like a box of cereal and just like gets cozy in a chair and starts drinking coffee and just eating dry cereal.
I think Ruby comes in and immediately goes, "Ah, fuck my shit," and starts recreating her conspiracy board on their fridge.
All the magnets.
You find really well organized magnets at the bottom of the fridge.
Fucking good. God, my brother's a dork.
And yeah, you can all settle around the kitchen table as Ruby creates a conspiracy board behind you. On the table are different torn out pages, not pages of books, but like torn out like reports and like, you know, open books. Definitely dog-eared, some of them though, whoever has you know, whoever takes offense to that. No, cool. All right. I just know I have some
Books
book
are meant
lovers
to
in
be
here.
dog-eared.
Okay,
Spines are meant to be cracked,
Okay.
Yay! Not library books,
Yeah,
but your
tell
books
her.
are
but not
fine.
library books. Your
Not
books,
library
though,
Your books are
you should
fine,
look
though.
like shit by the end.
Cool.
Correct.
So he defaces all of these books with his notes.
Amazing.
And, yeah. And yeah, you definitely catch a lot of stuff on Fae, in particular hags, kind of spread out and open, ready for analysis.
I think I take a moment and I look at everyone and I do that. I'm thinking, sorry, I'm just envisioning my dad through all of these things when he's just falling asleep in random places. And like, so Riva just kind of like does the sort of like crack and then like puts both arms on the table and goes, "All right, everyone, reports." And then I would like to go off and sort of explain what we've learned from Henry, to sort of everything about the sea hags and the story about Beulah and how everything had happened, or everything that we've pieced together from what was shared last night. And then, after giving that report, I look over to, I think I look over to Tennant first. We're doing this in, like, chronological birth order. Like, everyone kids, like, report. And I look over to Tennant. It's like, what did he find out?
I mean, I haven't got to the actual kind of shoots both siblings a sharp look reading bit yet, but I pulled a bunch of info and research, and yeah, maybe somewhere in here we can figure out how hags are made and figure out what she did, maybe. But what I was looking for is how to, you know, if they have any weaknesses, if they can be killed.
Got it. Let's start reading. And then I kind of look over to Ruby. Anything on your end? And I gesture to the fridge magnet extravaganza.
Yeah, I think that this so far what Ruby has done is just gather as many of the like pieces of what they already know so far, and as Riva was explaining the conversation with Henry, is like scrawling and just tacking more pieces up there. And I think that she sort of points and she goes, "Okay, I have 2 major questions that I'm not entirely sure how to go about answering. But it's gonna take a bit more research. I'm gonna have to go back in the crypt. It's fine. We'll make it. I want to know.
You're not alone.
Yeah, I'm
Not
coming.
alone. Okay. Yeah, it went great last time. We could totally do it again. Did I say it was your fault anywhere? Anyway, I mean, my really big questions are what exactly it is that she wants, because we've been assuming that it was revenge for Lawrence. Seems to have not been about that at all. Seems to have just been about acquiring Bernadette's soul, which is very fun and exciting. So, whatever she needs that for. And then, if we're going to figure out how hags get made, I want to figure out how they get unmade, specifically. She's, gaining power by absorbing souls. Is there any way to undo that? To weaken her? Slice a few of them off before we take a go at her.
Yeah, I think that needs to be our priority.
Yeah. That, and, and I think she kind of gets a little bit of, like, a more serious look. I didn't mention it before because of going on. And she slaps one more piece on the board in the center that just says, "Remember the ink." This was, the only thing Bernadette had time to see. And so I feel like that's probably pretty important. Why I would like to go back down in the crypt, unless someone else can think of something else this might be referring. And also, Tenant, I want to see that gun, by the way. We gotta get do we have the mirror? Is the mirror here?
I think Rodella kind of like pats her pocket. And I think
Cool.
she kind of like looks around and she's like, well, first off, I wouldn't rule out revenge as motivation. As far as the ink. And I think she looks over at Riva for a second and recalls when they first were down in that crypt, the little vial of the ink that Riva took.
Mm-hmm.
Did we ever get that like checked to see like what it was? And I say ink, it was just black liquid. Like, you know, we're calling it ink, but
Yeah,
did
I
we
think
actually...
Yeah, I don't think you ever identified it.
So,
But yes, you did collect some of that ink in a vial, Riva. I believe you sprinkled some of it on the wall when you fed the birds.
Yes.
And their mouths closed, but I can say, like, yeah, you can still have a bit of that remaining.
Right.
Okay. Is there...
I think that's something that we need to identify as soon as we can.
yeah.
I can,
Can I like? Do I have that on me at this point? Like, can I just put it on the table?
Sure.
Like, of the vial.
Yeah,
Been carrying
fine.
it around.
Yeah.
No, I was just like, for a moment, I'm like, I don't think I've ever. I think there's a moment of panic. I think that Riva feels if she's trying to figure out if she put it into her coat pocket or not.
Oh, yeah.
Nado, what were you saying?
I can, put on... I can start asking around, put Molly's name out, see if any old allies don't pop up, come to call.
Right.
I'm thinking that hiring the Eclipse company on that matter might not be a bad idea.
Right. True. And not just her name, but this other hag that she was with before, and then also, I guess, generally reports of sea hags or encounters with them in this area now that we know what people might encountered her, dealt with her. Could give us some idea. And then the fucking gun. Because that thing
possessively kind of like leans back. You're not having it.
I don't fucking want that thing. I just want to look at it because before I went down, I saw something fly into it. And we're dealing with weird, freaky, fucked up soul magic, and so if we could look at it in the mirror, I don't know, if we're talking about trying to find ways to peel some of the souls off of Molly, if that's what I saw happen with Wallow, then you might have a dead guy in your gun. I don't know. Anyone been talking to you?
I don't have a dead guy in my gun. We
Whispers?
checked it
Would
out.
you know? You wouldn't know you wouldn't know to check it. No, this happened like roughly 13 hours ago. So during the fight. So
Just give Ruby the fucking gun, Tenant. You'll get it back.
you can
Unless
hold
there's
it
a
if
dead
you
guy
want to
in
keep
there.
holding it.
Does anyone have a coin?
One of the freaky
On them.
ones.
Yes. Thank you.
Yep.
I think Rodella grabs the ink, grabs the coin, and holds her hand out for the gun.
Grumbling, like unholsters the gun from his hip and kind of like reluctantly puts it in your hand.
Can I make a quick insight check to see if Tenant's just being weird about the gun because he's Tenant, or if he's being weird about the gun because the gun is doing something?
Can I offer advantage because I also wanted to make that check as well?
Is he just being weird because he's my brother, or is this something funky?
Just sister side eye,
He's been Molly the whole time.
That's a 15. Do I get advantage if Ruby's helping me?
Yeah.
Please. Nice.
Oh, that's worse. Okay, a 15.
I'll give you a bardic on that if I see both of you squinting at my husband.
We're squinting at you so hard.
That's a D10.
Oh, a D10.
And if you fail, you keep it.
15 plus 8.
Oh, yeah. You do get the impression that he's just being protective over the gun. He's not possessed.
He thinks it's cool.
Yeah. It's very much a sibling thing of it's mine.
Yeah. Just give a little nod to Ruby and relax my posture.
Yeah, he's normal. Well, no, but he's got organized magnets.
If you organize your magnets at home, hey, I see you and I support you.
Me
I
too.
also see you and support you. That's fine. Do what you want. It's your magnets.
All right, I'm going to cast Identify before I pull the mirror out, and before I do anything, I'm going to cast Identify on everything that we have.
Okay. Let me scroll back in my notes. Okay, so the gold coin, you immediately get a couple of pings. You already know, I think Rose has already done a check about this, but this thing wasn't forged or created physically. It was summoned, right? And you immediately ping off of it a couple of properties. The first of which, again, you're already aware of. It's regenerative property. It's not possible to destroy. It's immune to all forms of damage and will regenerate itself. And the one exception to this being fire damage dealt, specifically infernal fire magic.
Okay.
You also get something called Corrupting Influence. Any attempt to use the gold for transactions or crafting results in the corruption of the created item or deal. Weapons forged with this gold break easily and inflict injuries on its wielder, magical items become unstable, and business dealings turn sour, leading to misfortune and betrayal. And then finally, you get a last property, something called Devil's Fortune. Anyone with one of these coins on their person may flip the coin to determine their fortune. Mechanically, this basically means as a bonus action, you can roll a d20 and you call heads or tails. Heads is an even number, which will mean the M initial, or tails is an odd number. If called correctly, you gain a luck point to use until the end of your next short rest. Or called incorrectly, the DM may ask the player to make a roll at disadvantage. The last thing you get is something called Curse of Blighted Life. Wherever these cursed coins accumulate, they drain the life and vitality from the surrounding land. Plants wither, water becomes tainted, animals grow sickly. And over time, the more and more of this gold that accumulates, this blight spreads, choking the land with creeping darkness and decay. The radius of this blight expands by 10 feet for every coin present. That's what you get from the coin.
Ruby immediately goes over to her board and starts reading from the storybook that they had read. The king's wish was a curse, not a delight. Gold choked the earth and brought forth a blight. Famine spread, people's anger grew, cursing the king and his golden view. There we go. Yeah, that would do that if you did that under an entire fucking planet.
That would explain why it's been so hard to grow anything in my garden.
And it would explain angry farmers with pitchforks storming underground.
Yep. Yep.
The dead tree.
The dead fucking tree.
What else are you identifying, Rodella? Coin.
Gun and the ink.
And the
or
ink.
what we assume is ink.
Okay. I'll do the ink next. This doesn't have any magical properties in of it itself, but what you can tell is, yes, this is ink. This is specifically squid ink.
Okay.
Okay.
Ah!
You very quickly throw the description for the gold in here.
Yeah.
Well. Good to know.
And then lastly, the gun. So, you get a number of abilities. First of all, you get something called an infernal shot. You've seen Tennant do this a couple of times already. No, that's wrong. That's the second property. The second property that you've seen Tennant do a couple of times is something called a Hellfire Barrage. Once a day, you can unleash a devastating burst of infernal energy. So it's basically a blast of hellfire in like a 30-foot cone. Then you have something called an Infernal Shot. When fired, this pistol deals an additional fire damage on a critical hit. And additionally, you have to succeed a wisdom throw or become frightened of the wielder. Then the last thing you get is you get a ping from the runes that are engraved on this gun. These are soul-binding runes, and these only work when the gun is empty, right? So this gun has the ability to bind the soul of any creature it kills. The wielder can use an action to trap the soul of a creature slain by the pistol within the weapon, preventing resurrection by any means short of a wish spell. It can only hold one soul at a time.
Ruby, you said you saw something drawn into the gun.
Yeah.
Well, that means what Sloane said before must have been correct. There must have been nothing in the gun prior to this.
Or we set it free. What happens to the soul if there's another one in there? Just disappear? Just get let loose?
I think maybe it doesn't work.
If there's a soul in there already, it won't work.
Okay.
Capacity for one.
And it said that it can't be removed short of anything but a wish spell.
It can't be. The soul can't be resurrected.
Oh, resurrected. Okay.
So what soul got sucked in?
Probably some... I don't know, some poor fucker who was stuck in the mines.
Well, we can find out. And Rodella pulls out the mirror and kind of glances down quickly to check and see if Henry's looking out.
The shard of mirror?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do we
I think
have
it's-
the rest of it
I
with
can say
us
that-
here?
Yeah, you.
Yeah. The bag of cursed shit.
Yeah, you can bring that with you if you want.
Okay.
Okay. I can, if you want me to... I don't know, it's like these...
I think
You're not supposed to keep
Rodella.
a goldfish
I think
in a really
Rodella
tiny
kind of like
bowl.
looks looks at Henry and kind of like yeah.
I think. Well, here's the thing. I think with this kind of like the last kind of like pieces of this identify spell fading, and you kind of like get a ping off that shard of mirror again. You get the impression that whatever Ruby did to kind of like pull Henry into this like that piece of mirror isn't going to reflect really anything else. Like Henry is in there, and it's like enough room for one. Like.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to use it like you do the rest of the mirror anyway.
Okay. Puts him back in her pocket and kind of like pats it.
Yeah, let's use the big one for now, and then when we're done with that, I can mend it the rest of the way.
Or we could just have a bunch of like mirror prisons. Smash that mirror. Bunch of mirror.
I do want to try tuning to probably the big one at some point, since a Fae can. Despite my survival instinct, I think it's worth a shot. So,
Yeah.
But let's use it first, just because I don't know what that's going to do.
Okay. Think very carefully, with gloves on, because I'm not making these mistakes a second time.
Sure.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I think I imagine they probably had like the mirror covered, and I think that before uncovering it, we'll kind of look at everyone and say, just don't even try to look at yourself or each other. Each other really is a huge violation of privacy, honestly. So, it'll fuck your shit up, is what I'm saying. Before uncovering it and angling it towards the gun.
You see
Fucking God.
a woman.
Yes!
You see a woman kind of like, the way it kind of reflects back in the mirror, she's like sitting cross-legged in the middle of your like kitchen table, kind of like picking at her nails, and she looks up as like the mirror kind of like catches her reflection, and she goes, "Oh, fucking finally.
Hi!
Hi, can you let me out?"
I honestly have no idea.
Tenny goes, "There's a guy in the fucking gun."
There's a lady in the fucking gun.
Excuse me, pronouns like. Yeah. Can you like?
And the doctor was a woman. Yeah. Sorry about the accommodations. I'm sure it's probably more comfortable than wherever you were before. Yeah, Nadette, you got your hand up. What's up?
I recognize her.
Do you recognize her?
Yeah, have I seen her in any, I don't know, old pictures? Or just like around someone?
Make a history check.
Okay.
I also am gonna go and pull out the list of like missing and deceased as well.
Sure.
That was worse. Okay. What am I history?
Mhm.
Das only a 5 plus 4 for a 9.
I don't know if you do recall.
Does she have like a hollow transmitter face? You know, like does she look like
What I will say with your
My
history
Tumblr
check,
face.
His iPhone face.
she's wearing old clothing, and it's clothing that feels similar to the kind of scraps of fabric you saw on the corpses down in the mines.
Got what?
How long have you been a ghost?
I don't know if she knows the answer to that, Nadette. Look, hi.
What year is it?
I'm Ruby. It's very not. Nadette. Give her a fucking second. Jesus. She's been dead for a while, okay? It's not exactly very fun when you wake up and everybody starts asking you questions.
She's just like head pinging-ponging back between the two of you.
Hi, I'm Ruby. What's your name?
Sally.
Hi, Sally. Can I check the list for somebody named Sally? Which is this name of a ghost that I talked to on my college campus Ouija board. It's 6 years ago, so that's fucking crazy.
She's back.
I mean, yeah, you see several Sallys on that list.
Okay.
Not particularly an uncommon name.
Right. Hi, Sally. So you're on Dorithium.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
This is why you ask questions first, so you know what the baseline is, Ruby.
Alright. I'm just trying to give her a little bit of information.
Do we need somebody else to take over?
No. Oh. We've got it. We've got it. Hi. So do you remember how you got here?
Like in the kitchen?
Yeah, or like generally?
Oh, which part?
Prior to this, do you happen to recall being a part of a big fucking scary bird?
I think she kind of like rolls her eyes at you, looks at you, and goes, "Rodella, this is Ruby, right?" Yeah. Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay. I look at Rodella like, how the fuck did you know your name?
Rodella looks back like, I don't know.
Sorry, how do you know my mom?
That's Rodella.
Yes,
Reva,
correct.
Rose, Tennant, Nadette.
Is this...
Correct.
You were in our walls. Is this...
Yes.
Is that the...
Got it.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, okay. I'm just trying to make sure that you know, understand what's been happening, because I don't know.
I think I understand what's been happening a bit
Okay.
longer than you.
Yeah, can you tell us, please?
You need to let me out of the gun.
We don't know how.
Oh, great. Oh, kind of like head swings over and she kind of looks accusatory at Tennant, who's still kind of like staring gobsmacked. He goes, "I didn't know." Well, it's your fault. How's it my fault? You killed it. Did we kill it? Looks over at Ruby.
I don't remember.
Fuck, I think you did kill it.
I did, yeah.
Okay. Sorry? She's like, no, it's fine. Yes, well, that's... You really don't know how?
And not really. We've got kind of a rudimentary idea of how all this happened, but even then we got a couple holes.
We're looking for some help. Some understanding, if you will.
Okay.
I want to go back to the beginning. A very long time ago when you were out and about. What the hell happened on this planet? I know it's a very vague and broad question, but
You're talking about the Blight?
Yeah. And Lennox Moore and his daughter.
I think she, like, you say Lennox Moore, and she, like, spits on the table. Like, doesn't,
Right,
you know,
not a
nothing
fan.
happens because she's a ghost.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't
Yeah.
be his biggest fan either if, you know, someone had invited that into my home.
Invited what? The Blight? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, back then, I don't know exactly how long ago that was.
Do you want to? Because the answer might upset you.
Yeah.
800, 900 years or so, give or take.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a beekeeper. Had a bee farm. And, yeah, that's kind of what we did here. We farmed the land. It was a small, kind of recluse planet. No one really bothered us until Mr. Moore came along. Wanting something. Yeah, what do you want to know?
Well, we know that he came here. We know that he had already built this multi-planet industry.
Midas Enterprises, yeah.
Yeah. And we know that when he arrived, things got pretty fucked. Pretty fast.
I mean, it was fucked from the beginning, but, like, in the normal way, we were just another stop on his tour of, you know, ravaging the galaxy, I guess. Yeah. He built his mines, built his house, and then the gold started to run out. And he went deeper and deeper, and then there was that fucking mine collapse, and then it kind of went to shit after that.
Did we see signs of, like, a collapse while we were in there?
Not where you were.
Yeah, okay. It collapsed. I think she pulls up, like, the copy of, like, the maps of the mines and, like, the schematics for the house, and kind of holds it up so it's reflected next to her in the mirror. Do you know do you know which part? Because we're down there and we didn't see anything like that.
Yeah, she kind of, like, points to the upper level, which is kind of the tunnels where you fought Wallow. She kind of points, yeah.
Tunnels where we fought. That part collapsed.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't stay collapsed because, you know,
Right.
people died. And we had to exhume them.
Right. I think then points over to, is there a section on the map that is where the hole is now? Because we had to blast our way into one of the tunnels that presumably went somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Can I, like, refer to that section? Do you have any idea what was on top here?
I think that was just the dogs.
That was the
There's a giant hole there now.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
There's nothing there now. It is a chasm.
Yeah, we had to explode our way in right around here and kind of gestures on the map to where they managed to get in.
Trying to figure out-
Wait. Is the castle there?
The castle, there's no castle.
Rose
there.
looks so fucking smug.
What
Yeah,
castle?
the big fuck off gold castle. You can't fucking miss it.
No.
Sally, we've just met, but I am, you're my friend. We're friends now. Thank you for saying those words. Thank you.
Whose castle was it? Was it his?
More? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Did he build it when he got here, or
No, it didn't. It fucking appeared one day. And I think that was the final straw, you know?
yeah?
Okay, you said the gold was running out. You said there was a collapse. When did the gold come back?
There was a collapse. More sad that he lost his kid. And then, I don't know, a few months later, maybe, we went from having nothing to suddenly we couldn't mine it fast enough. But then everything started to die. All of the crops, all of the fields, even the things that we weren't, the woodland, the shrubland, the wildflowers. People lost their entire generations of livelihoods, and there was no other work for them than working for him.
What happened when you all went down to confront him? I presume it was a confrontation when you were...
You said the castle was the final straw.
There was a lot of us who'd had enough, who wouldn't have been gone. Most of us, really. We formed some sort of group. I didn't have much to do with it. It was my husband. But they would meet down in like a chamber of the mines. They were planning something. And then that castle appeared. People just snapped. Half of them grabbed pitchforks and the like, wanted to storm the castle. The other half met in our usual place, started planning some sort of revolution. I wasn't really any part of it. I was just trying to find my stupid husband. And then I don't know, I was down there, I was looking for him. Stole his pass from work. And there was this awful noise. Like the whole world was breaking. And then the gold from the earth liquefied and it started moving towards us. She kind of looks at Ruby at this point, and kind of like a little bit of a focus kind of like appears on her face. I'm sorry for what happened to you. I am. I've not really been in my right mind, I don't think. It's quite hard to,
It's not your fault.
we were desperate. We were desperate to get out. And, yeah, I think this is the first time I've really had my head back.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened to him?
I think she kind of pauses, looks at the list. What's his name?
Randall Bicker.
Check the list.
He's on the list of the dead. And you see, now that you have a last name, you see a Sally Bicker in the list of missing.
So she's missing, but he was dead. He didn't make it out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I figured. He's hot-headed, that one.
Well, can I ask, were you the only soul in we call Wallow, or are there more of you? How many do you make up one creature?
No, love. It's all of us.
Good to know. And we'll figure it out. Yeah, you.
Do you know anything about what Molly was planning? Anything that could help us?
Who? Sorry?
The woman who
Molly.
looks less like a woman these days, but you don't remember? You remember all of us, but not her.
Wait, there's a lot of you, babe.
The one
sea
who
hag, the woman who
found
was
you.
The Luminary?
Explain?
What is that? Yeah.
That's how... That's what we call her. That's what she is.
The Luminary?
Yeah.
Why? Did she tell you to call her that, or is that just a name you all came up with? How elaborate. We're lost here a little bit.
Yeah. Mistress Luminary. That's
Right.
I think that's...
Can you tell
Well-
us anything about her?
She tells us what to do and we do it.
The last time that she had all of you attack us, she was after one soul in particular. Do you know why?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Sorry, circling back, what's the story with the title The Luminary? Is that something that she asked you to call her? Is it something that you all came up with?
Yeah, that's how she introduced herself. I don't know. When we all joined together, it's like being in the mind of a child. It's not a lot of free will, there's not a lot of individual thinking. We all operate as one. We are all one. We are all Wallow.
Did she say anything to you? You said she spoke to you and she introduced herself, and you were desperate. Clearly she bound you all. Clearly she's using you all. Did she say anything? Did she try and convince you? Like, what? How did that come about?
We made a deal with her. She said she had the power to release us from that place. But
Do you know when?
yeah, when?
Yeah, how long ago? If you don't know, it's
A while. It's weird. I remember growing up, not on Drithium, but in your homes. And there wasn't a lot to do, so we watched, we listened.
Reported back.
Yeah. There was something about a wedding. That's the first thing I remember.
Yeah.
Oh god, we're never all leaving at once again.
Nope.
Anyone else have any questions?
I don't know, I'm a beekeeper. Reaver.
The name Midas, do you know why you picked it? Did anybody?
Why more did?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Do you want to be let out? I mean, it sounds like being wallow with everyone isn't exactly idyllic. Do you want to stay for a while?
No, I'm not Wallow anymore.
Right, but if we let you out, we don't know if you'll get to move on or if you'll get pulled back into whatever it is that she's doing.
Anything is better than this.
Okay.
Also, stinks in here.
In the gun?
Yes.
Does
How
it
so?
stink like gunpowder or?
Yes, obviously.
Oh, okay. Well, I've never been in a gun before, so sorry.
Well, mark your lucky stars, my love.
Well, we are working on it. Do you know
Are there any other
anything about
names
this
you-
gun?
Sorry.
What?
Do you know anything about this gun?
Stinks. It's not as roomy as you would like. Bad vibe in general. Very, very sinister vibe. I know, like, I'm one to talk. Like, I literally, like, killed one of you, like, a few hours ago. My bad. I'm very sorry. I wasn't in my right mind.
I
But,
got better.
like,
It's fine.
yeah, creepy vibes in here.
Do you want, like, me to leave my hollow transmitter out with some videos to entertain? I don't know if I can give you a
Doesn't know what
magazine.
YouTube
God,
is.
baby, I videos.
Videos? Yeah.
Yeah,
the
you'll love 'em.
television
The
that you
dead.
watch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but shorter, sometimes better, sometimes way worse.
I do know what television is. I did live in your walls for maybe 10 years.
Oh yeah, so it's like that, but on a phone, kind of. Do you want me to put the TV on for you? Do you have a show you like? I just don't want you to be bored. Feeling bored is the absolute worst feeling. I'm not giving a thumbs up, Discord, please.
Kind of points at Rose. Whatever gardening show you used to watch, love it.
Gardening. I heard that is gun show. I'm with you. Right, yeah, I can do that. I think I gotta shoot Tennant a little bit of like a okay kind of look. Yeah, I can. Were there any other names that you want to know about? We have a list. So
Oh, look, it's what you say, 800 years later. Everyone I love is gone, whether it was in the mines or later. You said
Fair
there's a hole where the castle was.
Yeah.
big one. Yeah,
Did they like blow it up? Do you know?
great question.
Because if Randall was fucking around with the dynamite again, I'm not going to be happy.
This is spooky.
It must have been some ridiculously strong dynamite to leave a crater so big. It's called the Dorithium Hole.
Wow, whoever invented that name was on something that day, because that's original.
Was 12, okay? Look.
I think Tennant speaks up at this point and goes, hold on. So you didn't hear anything about a fiend? And Sally kind of goes, no? What fiend? And he kind of looks at Ruby, looks at Reva, kind of like pokes the story on the board. There was a fiend involved, was there not? Or is this just part of the story?
Yeah.
Imagine that there probably was. I mean, we think that Moore made some kind of a deal with a fiend, which is what summoned all the fucking gold. Obviously, it's not natural. It's
Made a deal with
deeply
the devil,
cursed.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it couldn't be. I mean, fiend is often used as like a synonym for bad. Might not.
I feel like it might be kind of literal in this situation.
Right, because everything in children's rhymes are literal. They all have
The
literal.
fucking castle was.
I think Rodella takes the story and reads it aloud to Sally.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think she kind of like, she's listening. I mean, that's a very, that's one way to put it, to rewrite history. But, I mean, I guess, yeah. Did Moore write that? Because he was no fucking king. He was a stupid rich man who didn't know when to fucking stop, right?
That's
no
the king,
fucking
babe.
king.
That's the king. Yeah, it's the same difference. I met one actually. It's pretty much par for the course.
Yeah, it's true.
Well,
Where was your apiary?
is that what a bee thing is? I don't know.
Yeah. Yes. It's called an apiary.
So cute.
You said bee farm, and I went, "Oh, it's a bee farm." That's cute.
Oh, like 15 minutes past that way.
Because I've been fucking around on this planet for so long. I don't know. there any structures that I can think of, or it's been like 800 years. I'm just trying to.
Yeah. Make it.
I'm trying to think. It's been a long time. Wildflowers that survived. Who's to say? Trying to offer this dead woman a moment of comfort. My dice are not cooperating. That's a 13.
I can. No, it's not. I'm gonna see you feel weird for a second and give you a bardic.
Nice. What's your bardic?
D6.
Okay. Oh, it's only another one.
I think
You don't get to keep it.
Yeah, like 15
Okay.
minutes north of Crow Lane, there's more residential housing, and maybe you recollect, like, you're kind of thinking, like, bee farm, and maybe there was a time that you and Tennant were kind of, like, you know, either on a mission or stealthing or sleuthing, and you kind of, like, wandered into someone's backyard, and maybe in, like, a shed or something, there was, like, an old, decrepit, falling apart, like, you know, give me the technical word for a beehive, but one of those things.
No, that's it.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Maybe just like a lone one, but in terms of like, there's no farms here anymore.
Yeah.
And notably, I think, whilst you're thinking about this, you start thinking about kind of like, okay, this planet had like a blight ravage it once upon a time.
Yeah.
And you start to think about the sort of nature that you have here and the sort of nature that grows. And the nature that like grows on Dorithium is like hardy stuff. You don't have any deciduous trees. You only have evergreen trees here. And in terms of like crops and farm, like this land has never, as long as you've lived here, had crops flourish here. It was, but then that never sparked you as like surprising, because as far as you knew, this was an industrial planet. People worked and built and used machinery here. Like, it was never farmland. So you've never really tried to cultivate crops here. The most you've maybe cultivated is like the beautiful gardens that Rose has, but like Rose is a fae with an innate connection to nature, and I don't think, had she not had that ability, that her garden would flourish as well as it has here. Because the forest that you walk through, the forest that you know like the back of your hand, it's not one filled with delicate wildflowers and nature of all kinds. It's kind of, and I think it's always kind of something that appealed to you. It's like, it's straight, it's to the point, it does what it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well. I don't know. What are they like? I can plant once we unfuck this planet and the ecology. Oh god, this is gonna be a...
I think Rodella sits there for a minute and just kind of is like thinking through everything that was said. And notably, like, the fact that Sally keeps coming back to the castle. And she says, "You said when you were down there, you heard a sound like the earth cracking or splitting or bending."
Yeah, I thought the whole lines were coming down on top of us, but they never did.
Well, that very likely could have been the hole. But you said gold went... You said the gold went crazy after. You said that it liquefied and started. So there has to be some kind of correlation between those two events. You said it happened after.
At the same time, maybe?
Okay. Ugh.
I think there were moments where, you know, after the noise stopped, that I prayed it would start again and that the mines would fall down and end it all, but it didn't, and we were just stuck. We were stuck.
The accident that killed his kid.
Yeah.
Was there anything odd about it? Or was it just...
He got sloppy when the gold started to run out.
Hmm.
Dug deeper, worked faster. This is what my husband said anyway. I never worked for the man, but safety protocol went a little bit out the window, and he said it was an inevitability.
Okay.
Thank you, Silent.
Yeah, pleasure. Also, I was pulling your leg about the TV shows before. I can't see anything in the gun.
Oh, so no garden show then.
What about a podcast?
Tarek like shoots in the dead look like I'm not playing a podcast like around me every day whilst I hold this thing in my holster, and just kind of gives you like a sharp shake of the head.
You just put one of the AirPods in the barrel, and I think we can hear it.
Okay. Thinking of next steps. Rose, I assume you know people who might be able to tell us how to get a solar gun. You know a lot of smart people. Magic
maybe
people.
I can try. I mean, I think most of the people that I know are people that we all know. There aren't many firearm experts in Everglen, as far as I know.
Well, I meant you have that contact with the school.
I can ask. I mean, I think, truthfully, I think I asked them about the gun. This week feels like it's been months. If I recall, it was Divine, made by Kitrix or something similar. I mean, truthfully, I think because the Academy of Wicked Arts kind of prizes itself on doing magic that the rest of the galaxy would frown upon, I think soul stealing generally might be a more fruitful inquiry. But I can ask.
Tennant kind of jabs to another point on the conspiracy board and goes, "Can you not? Not that I condone this, but you did say you wanted to attune to the mirror,
I
which
do think I
sounds
should try.
horrifying to me. But is that not what Molly used to get them out of where they were in the first place?"
Yeah, I can try. I don't know how that will interact with Henry, but I mean, I'm assuming if I attune to it, I'll have a bit more information about what we're dealing with. Yeah, if we're comfortable with me just doing that, I can just do that. Now, I guess.
No. Maybe we find out a bit more first.
Do we have the time?
Shannon. And I think I speak up after a moment. Do you think you could figure out how this gun works, and if it's possible to reproduce?
Kind of like, I think like a sharp remark gets stuck in his throat and he kind of like sees the kind of like, you know, lingering tiredness and just general wreckedness in like your face, and just kind of in a very gentle voice goes, "I can try, but this was made by a god, so I'm good, but yeah."
I believe in you. But also, there's no way we're going to be able to pick Wallow apart one soul at a time. So at the very least, I trust in your ability to figure out how this works. Can you do that?
Yep, I can try.
Well, I imagine that the key to figuring that out is going to be cracking the fucking code on that piece of wood. I mean, there's some sort of answer there. The bit about, what the fuck is it? Oh my... Mercy board! Where is it? Where is it? freedom's light piercing the earth's eternal night. That is the solution.
What did it say?
Cave in. Light. Comes in.
That is the first thing that I thought. I would like to explore other options before we talk about potentially blowing up a big hole under all of our homes.
Yeah.
The longer that I think about it, I feel like that is maybe a solution.
Or just a long series of mirrors. You know, reflecting the light.
Rather than like, not a magic guy here. Can we not just figure out a way to get the statues out rather than open up a hole?
Oh yeah, I guess so.
I think he kind of like looks at Rose like, did I just have an idea? Did I just?
We'd have to find a way to do it without touching it. But since they're pretty...
Well, Ruby can figure that out.
Thanks. Thank you.
Alright.
Fun.
Well, thank you very much, Sally. It was a pleasure talking to you, I guess. Sorry that you're my gun. Yeah, that's...
What if you just went and, like, set your gun in daylight if the mirror thing doesn't...
Kind of, like, looks out the window at the sun blazing through.
It's the middle of the day.
Yeah.
It's the middle of the day. You reek of weed.
Yeah. It's 12:30, babe. You're right. Do you want to sit down?
Ah! I am sitting.
Yeah. You feeling peckish at all?
Just a box of cereal in her lap. What do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, well, lovely to meet you, Sally. Kind of like reaches across the table and goes, we'll get you out. Kind of like takes... and Sally goes, hold on! and just disappears from the mirror as Tennant kind of like reholsters the gun. That's weird.
Like, music's the least you could do.
But I'm not, no.
Yeah, we probably should have asked, can she just, like, hear us all the time? Because I don't love, no offense, I don't love that.
Mm-mm.
I don't love having another woman in our marriage.
I do really think she was like living in our house against our knowledge.
Yeah,
for, like,
I'm trying
minutes.
really
I think
hard
she's
not to think
probably
about that,
heard
yeah.
it all.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
No wonder they all hate us.
Yeah. Alright, well, I'm going to try tuning to this thing. Good luck.
Well, hold up. Can we not do any like big magic attuning until we've like researched the sort of thing that makes these items and uses them?
I feel like we have too much to research.
Rodella looks at Rose and is like, have you been able to, should perhaps we call Lark?
I already... Shuts up very quickly.
What?
What?
Is that who you are on the phone with this morning?
A
Maybe.
phone call. Wow.
You called Lark?
We needed the stuff. We needed the... Yes, you're right. There is a lot of stuff.
Remarkably friendly. I'm like...
It was fine.
Oh.
It was...
Mhm.
Doesn't matter. I would love to look at what he's kind of pointed us towards before.
Oh, yeah. Get it up on the board. What are you waiting for?
I think Rodella looks at Rose and is like, just mouths, growth.
I know.
Just like, as he's like pinning things to the board, he's like, I just don't want my wife to turn to a hag. Is that too much to ask? What do you got? Who's reading these? Who's having a look at these?
As they're going up, I'm definitely...
Okay. Make me, I don't know. Does investigation feel correct? If you're trying to extrapolate information from a bunch of text?
That feels right,
That's
probably.
Any chance I can bargain that to a history check?
Sure.
Fuck
I
yeah.
don't fucking know.
Could I
what
bargain
mean.
it to survival because I want to survive the next time I want to survive the next time I encounter this hag.
I should say no, but I gave it to Jim, so I will give it to you.
Thank you.
And it's in my best interest
Union.
to find the thing
Unionizing.
that we need.
Unionizing.
Cool.
Using DM
23.
inspiration. That was bad. 24.
23. 24. Okie doke.
Damn.
Good union. Good union.
Good union. Good union.
How are you guys? Are you tackling this from different angles? What are you specifically looking
Very
for?
different angles.
I'm focusing the most on like the Fae stuff and any way that can sort of like intermingle with the Fae knowledge that I have and the reading on hags that I did from the book that Lurk gave me.
Okay.
I'm specifically, I think because it's survival, like trying to connect anything with like the pieces of physical evidence that we have found. Like all of the spell components, like things that we know about, like hags as like a species type, the way that they move, and also mentions of squid ink. Ink in general.
Okay.
That's the vibe.
Cool. So, Rose, I think you... Actually, I'm going to start with Ruby.
Okay.
Ruby, I think you're kind of like leafing through this stuff on hags. And I think you probably do find a couple of the magic items that Sloane referenced when she was kind of extrapolating. You find a description of like candles used in rituals, and you find a description similar to that kind of ebony candle that you found, and you also find descriptions of salt and seaweed, just basically kind of like you get a little bit of things you might find in a hag's lair. And you kind of get the idea that sea hag's lairs are very often kind of like the deepest parts of the ocean. The areas surrounding them are often infected with the kind of necrotic magic that kind of like hags just end up kind of emanating as they build in more and more power. This kind of affects the sea life and the nature around them, which then kind of, so the seaweed becomes necrotic seaweed, the sea salt becomes abyssal seaweed. It takes on these properties because of the aura that these hags give off and the power that their lairs give off. You also kind of diving into kind of like hags, how they operate their lairs. You kind of read into like the sort of magic that they use, and again it kind of stresses that like it's very often like illusory. They grow in power by making deals with vulnerable mortals. They kind of lure in victims, and specifically sea hags lure in victims, most often sailors, people you find at sea, with these kind of like dreamlike illusions, and they lure them to their deaths, and they create these horrifying, drownings and scare them enough so that they will make a deal for their life, and then they are able to cage their soul, use it to fuel their own power. You again find a line of text that kind of says sea hags rely on these minions, on these souls, to kind of act as their servants, to do their bidding, as only the most powerful hags can survive for long stretches outside of their own waters. Rose, I think in your kind of like examinations, you're kind of like trying to connect your own knowledge of Fae with like the sort of Fae that these hags are. And you, in your own knowledge of Fae, I mean, correct me like at any point if this isn't quite right, but like you were born a Fae. The Fae that you know were also born. But like the Fae that you are surrounded by, that you grew up by, the kind of like Fae magic that you are surrounded by is innate, is kind of like true in its nature. It exists, as part of you, has always been a part of you. And so you're kind of thinking like, if hags are not like born hags, if this like Fae entity is like created in some way, and it has to be done in a way that kind of pushes against the laws of nature, whereas the Fae that you are surrounded by are very much in tune with nature for the most part. These hags, you get the impression that like the way that they are born defies the laws of nature. And you find a section of text that reads, Hags are specifically monstrous fae, born from acts of profound evil, created when a mortal being commits an exceptionally vile deed. And then it lists some examples. It lists examples such as participating in forbidden dark rituals, or the defilement of sacred sites or an object of great holiness or importance, or the murder or betrayal of a being of true innocence. And the fact that this act irrecoverably corrupts the mortal soul and it twists it beyond redemption. And this is what transforms that individual into a hag.
Okay. I also meant to ask earlier, but just sort of on the topic, does the name Beulah ring any bells for me?
It's not. Thank you. There's no specific hags named in these texts.
Can I ask a follow-up question about part of that?
Sure.
Is there any, like, benefit if, let's say you kill your stepdaughter who's pure of heart to become a hag, if hypothetically, if you did that, if there would be any, like, power benefit to acquiring or retaining that soul?
Make another investigation check for me.
Okay.
Can I give the help action?
Can you give the help action?
Thank you.
Actually, would you rather have a help action or would you rather have an inspiration?
Ooh, your bardics are really good. I'll take a bardic, actually.
Okay, I'll give you a verdict.
Give me bardic. It's a D10, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
See how we do with this. Okay, good on the die. Plus... plus 2 for investigation, so that's 17, and then the bardic is plus an 8, so that's a
Nice.
25.
Nice.
Nice.
Good bardic.
So you and Rose, I assume, are kind of exchanging kind of like pieces that you
Yeah.
reading aloud, pieces that you find to each other, and so you go down in this new direction. And you start kind of like really diving into, okay, like the soul magic that they do. Why are they using these souls? They're using them for power, but how and why? And you find a section specifically on like the nature of soul magic and why it is so taboo. And you find a line that actually mentions, I think this is why your eye is kind of like caught to it, that like the soul magic of this level was found in the first fiends created of the archipelago.
Oh.
And this is why there's been a lot of academic kind of like debate over whether hags, because of their nature and the nature of the soul magic that they use, are they fae? Should they be classified fae, or should they be classified fiend? And then there's been a lot of academic arguing over this point. But the point being is that the magic of souls and the act of even just caging a soul in general, again, defies the laws of nature, defies the laws of, someone being able to pass on naturally, to enter the kind of like, resurrection and reincarnation cycle naturally. And so by stepping in and interrupting this process, it creates such a disturbance that this is where they draw their power from. And the types of soul can cause different surges in power. The souls of like really pure innocent beings kind of form a lot more power, right? And in particular, I think the souls of people who have a personal relationship to you, something like that is expected to lend itself. And it's magic is and I think from like being around Rose so much and your mother, magic is a living, breathing thing, and it's almost sentient sometimes. And I think this is a really clear example of sometimes like you don't control the magic, but the magic controls you. So Ruby, you pull together these pieces of information that Rose has kind of exchanged with you, that you've read yourself, the pieces that you've kind of been putting together for the last like number of days, but also like more actively in the last number of hours. And you think to yourself, if Bernadette had something to do with Molly's transformation from mortal to undead to hag, and if Molly is growing in power using the entrapment of souls, well, Molly wasn't a hag yet when she killed Bernadette. That came after. So Bernadette's soul was fine up until now. And you read all of this kind of information about, soul magic and the using souls for power, and how much unnatural magic is steeped in that, and how much power is said to be gained from that. And you think to yourself, if the ending of Bernadette's life was the thing that turned Molly into a hag, that corrupted her soul, the cause of her soul being corrupted so badly that it transformed her into something else, that finding a way to entrap that causality and drain power from it, you have no idea the sort of power that could give her. But you have a sinking feeling in your gut that it's a lot. And that is where we're going to end our session today. We'll see you shortly for the next episode of Crow Lane, whilst this lot go off to their conspiracy boards. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us. We'll catch you again next time. Till then, caca and good night.